Good morning. I will now call the May 19th, 2021 regular meeting and sanitation district meeting to order. I'll ask the clerk to please call the roll.
Thank you, Chair Fletcher. Before I call the roll, I would like to note for the record that 3 supervisors are participating via teleconference. As such, all votes will be handled by a roll call vote. Additionally, before we begin, any members of the public that wish to provide oral testimony during today's meeting, please review the instructions posted on the Clerk of the Board's webpage. With that, I'll now call the roll. Supervisor Anderson?
Here.
Supervisor Lawson-Remer?
Here.
Supervisor Desmond?
Here.
Vice Chair Vargas?
Vargas here.
Chair Fletcher?
Fletcher here. The first item on the order of business is a report of the actions taken yesterday in closed session. I'll ask County Council to share any reportable actions.
Thank you. The Board of Supervisors met in closed session on Tuesday, May 18th, 2021, starting at 3:05 p.m. and adjourning at 3:40 p.m. The Board took no reportable actions. Thank you.
Thank you. Next on the agenda is non-agendized public communication. This is an opportunity for the public to weigh in on matters that are within the board's jurisdiction but are not on today's agenda. The only action as a board we may take is a referral to the Chief Administrative Officer. A reminder, according to Rule 4A, members of the public that are non-English speaking and need interpretation assistance will get twice the allotted time to allow for translation services. As the clerk call forward our non-agendized public comment speakers at this time.
Thank you, Chair Fletcher. We have 21 requests to speak on matters not listed on the agenda. Any members of the public that requested to speak during non-agenda public communication, please dial into the conference line now using the instructions that were provided to you. All of the requests are by phone, so we will identify the callers by the last 4 digits of their phone number. You'll hear a notification that your call has been unmuted. You will then need to press *6 to unmute your phone. And each caller will be asked to state their name for the audio record. You will have 2 minutes to address the board. I would remind the public speakers that they should mute their TV or live video stream before they begin speaking. And if you could please identify the first caller.
Our first caller is 5310. 5310, please press *6 to unmute.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors. Because of my work in public health policy and drug treatment programs for youth, I recognize the irreparable harm of turning over unincorporated communities to the marijuana industry to promote, sell, and profit from addiction and compromised mental health.
Ma'am, can you please state your name for the audio record?
Absolutely. My name is Nancy Fallstitch.
Thank you.
The Board of Supervisors acknowledged the importance of Mental Health Month at yesterday's meeting. I am concerned that the proposed marijuana ordinance risks mental health and is not following science. The science, which warns of the mental health risks from engineered, potent, high THC products, is well documented, especially for young people. The marijuana industry uses fruity flavors and look-alike candies, cereals, and snacks to entice kids. The ordinance also undermines community properties for clean air, water, and safe roads. My husband was killed by a young man who was driving under the influence of marijuana and alcohol. If you permit consumption lounges, you are inviting users to smoke marijuana in those lounges and then get in their car and drive away. Marijuana is directly related to impaired driving. It impairs motor coordination, reaction time, attentiveness, and perception of time and speed. The U.S. Department of Transportation found that 1 in 12 nighttime and weekend drivers tested positive for marijuana. Please believe me when I say this will kill innocent people. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next caller is 7750. 7750, please press *6 to unmute.
Hi. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, thank you. Hi, good morning. My name is Lauren Logan, and I am a middle school teacher. I strongly oppose bringing marijuana businesses into the unincorporated regions of our county, especially since they have never been a glamour to have them at our county planning group meetings or at Board of Supervisor meetings. It is our responsibility as healthy adults to support and create a healthy environment for ourselves and our children. My students are the future of our county, and we cannot have them growing up surrounded by marijuana stores and their predatory advertising and billboards as we see out on Highway 67. I teach them every day about making the right choices and the negative effects of drugs. How will they truly learn that if they leave school and they see a pot shop or billboards on their way home? If our county allows the development of marijuana businesses, then the number of teens using it will also grow. Because isn't that the purpose of advertising and billboards, to grow consumer business? And it's not just teens who will be affected. Our city's small children should not have to grow up in communities that never expressed any interest in these advertisements and billboards. In today's society, a 5-year-old may be capable of using a computer and joining a Zoom call. So it can be difficult to control what our children see on the internet, but we can mitigate what our children see in our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next caller is 8692. 8692, please press star 6 to unmute. 8692, please press star 6 to unmute. We'll come back to that one. 3496. 3496, please press star 6 to unmute. 3496, please press star 6 to unmute. We'll come back to that one. 8422. 8422, please press star 6 to unmute.
Good morning. My name is Carmela Muñoz. I have been working in alcohol and drug prevention for over 20 years with both youth and adults, especially working with underserved communities in North County, San Diego. In all these years working with these communities, I have never heard them express the desire to be involved in marijuana industry. On the contrary, the community always feels devastated to see the proliferation of alcohol, marijuana, and other drugs in their neighborhoods. Where is social justice? We need social justice in housing, education, jobs, health, and wages. I feel minorities are being used as pawns in the proliferation of marijuana, and the only benefiting is the marijuana industry. These communities are already affected by drug abuse and poverty, and adding marijuana businesses into our communities will only make these problems worse. Please protect our already vulnerable communities. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is 7322. 7322, please press star 6 to unmute.
7322, favor de oprimir asterisco 6 para poder hablar. 7322, favor de oprimir asterisco 6 para poder hablar. Si no lo escuchamos, adelante.
Sí, soy la señora María López y estoy hablando por mi comunidad. Queremos que esté libre de marihuana, no queremos la marihuana por muchas razones y la principal es por nuestros jóvenes. Hay mucho vandalismo, mucha prostitución, muchos accidentes, mucha matazón y todo eso es debido a la marihuana. Entonces, queremos que paren. En vez de estar abriendo lugares para vender marihuana, queremos que abran lugares de recreación para que los jóvenes cambien su mentalidad y ellos puedan aspirar a negocios, a trabajos, a superarse, más que nada.
Good morning. My name is Maria Lopez. I am calling on behalf of my community and asking that my community be free from marijuana for a number of reasons. It affects our youth. There's vandalism, there's accidents, there's murders, there's crime. And instead of, selling marijuana, we should be opening recreational spaces for them so that they can aspire to more, to have a future, to have careers. ¿Puede continuar?
Sí, y eso es lo que quisiera para mi comunidad. Queremos jóvenes trabajando, jóvenes con una mentalidad positiva a lo bueno, y también adultos. Adultos están fumando mucho la marihuana y se están abriendo cada día más lugares y no queremos que abran esos lugares. En vez de abrir esos lugares, queremos que ocupen los terrenos para hacer otras cosas, no sé, lugares creativos para nuestros jóvenes, para nuestros niños,
So,
a lo mejor crear viviendas saludables.
so that's what
Y queremos,
la voy a parar tantito. So that's what I'm asking for
Sí.
from my community, for spaces for youth to have jobs, for them to be able to have a positive mental attitude, and also for adults, because there's a lot of adults using marijuana, and every day there's more and more locations selling marijuana, and instead of that, we should use those spaces to create more creative spaces, more activity spaces, more things like healthy residential areas. That's what we need instead of the marijuana shops. Ahora sí puede continuar.
Ok, una última cosa que les quiero preguntar a ellos. Ellos están 100% seguros, comprobados científicamente, que la marihuana les ayuda a la humanidad, porque hasta ahorita yo he investigado y no sirve la marihuana para nada. La marihuana solo es algo que te acelera tu cuerpo y te hace cambiar tu mentalidad, pero no, hasta ahorita no hay un efecto que diga te está curando, porque si no fuéramos a los hospitales a curar a toda esa gente que está en los hospitales, pero no ha sido hasta ahorita comprobado. Entonces, ellos qué piensan? Les hago esta pregunta. ¿Ellos qué piensan de nuestra gente, de nuestro prójimo? ¿Ellos están de acuerdo con esto? Que haya más matazón, que haya vandalismo, que nuestra comunidad esté para abajo. ¿Ellos quieren hacer eso? ¿O qué piensan cuando quieren abrir esos dispensarios?
So my last question that I ask of you is if you are 100% sure that it has been scientifically, medically proven that marijuana can help humanity. It really doesn't. It helps accelerate your body and it twists your mind. And if it was curing anything, then we would go to the hospital and we would be prescribed marijuana for things that we're in the hospital for, but it hasn't been proven. So what are you thinking? Are you in agreement that our communities should be vandalized, that we should see our communities going downhill? Is this what you're thinking is okay? Gracias.
Thank you. Our next speaker is 9364. 9364, please press star 6 to unmute.
Good morning. This is Michelle Krug. I want to thank the Board of Supervisors, particularly our County Clerk, Andrew Potter, and Todd Hood, and Katie Maxwell, who are serving on my Persons with Disabilities committee, county committee, for getting our recording of our meetings actually on the website. I think that transparency is going to make a big difference if all of the county committees, boards, and commissions could be posted on the website so people who can't make the meetings are able to actually hear the conversations and be able to give their input and their feedback. So I really do want to thank, again, Andrew Potter, our county clerk, and Todd Hood, and Katie Maxwell, who are assigned to our committee. And I want to ask if it might be possible that when we sign up to do non-agenda when we sign up, period, to speak at board meetings, if it would be possible to just do it all on one sheet. As a blind woman who's asking friends to help, it's hard to get people to sign up for every single item and things get left out on my end, not on the county's end. But it would be so much more helpful if we could do that, and also possibly speak about the proclamations. That's what I was trying to sign up for yesterday, but didn't. I know we can do it under non-agenda public comment, but that's after the proclamations are given. So it seems that because that is an actionable item, that we might be able to actually weigh in as the public. Of course, I was thrilled at the ones that you did give yesterday. So I do thank you for recognizing the Asian Pacific Islander.
Thank you.
Hey,
Our next speaker is 6064. 6064. Please press star 6 to unmute.
Sí, buenos días. Por favor, oprima la estrella y el 6.
Sí, sí, buenos días. Mi nombre es Estela Chamú, soy radico aquí en Escondido. Mi llamada es para que no apruebo lo de la marihuana, porque en realidad en vez de abrir lugares donde vendan marihuana, deberían de abrir lugares donde ayuden a nuestra comunidad a tener buena educación, tener buena salud o actividades físicas donde se encuentren bien de salud todos.
Okay.
Y también quería yo decirles,
Momentito. Yes, my name is Natasha Shamu, and I'm here. Estela Shamu, and I'm here in Escondido, and I do not approve the marijuana places. You know, that is not good for our community. It's not really good for the health. You know, we just need to have some other positive things to do. Adelante, señora.
Sí, yo tengo un caso de mi vida, que yo tuve un hijo que estuvo en droga y no nomás se destroza la vida de esa persona, sino de toda la familia. Ellos cuando se encuentran que ya no pueden comprarla, tienen que robar, tienen que robar carros, robar tiendas, hasta nos roban a la misma familia. Entonces, al abrir esos lugares,
And then I have a particular case in my life. And this is my son. He got into drugs and it destroyed his life. And he didn't become, you know, it destroyed his, as you know, the family. It destroyed him. And instead, they start shoplifting. They start stealing cars. It destroys their life. Adelante.
Sí, y yo pienso que como supervisores tienen en la mano de ellos la vida de todos nuestros jóvenes. Entonces yo les pido que en vez de abrir para que ellos se droguen y se acaben poco a poco, se consuman en su vida, que mejor abran otros lugares que sea el futuro de nuestros jóvenes, que no los permitan que sigan acabándose. Yo veo en la calle jóvenes hablando solos, como si estuvieran muertos. Entonces yo pienso que en las manos de ellos no está bien que nuestros jóvenes sigan siguiendo esa vida, sino buscarles un mejor futuro.
Un momentito, and then I believe that as you supervisors, their youth, their lives is in your hands, because this, you know, drugs, it kills them little by little. You need to do other things for them so that you can think, so they can have a better future. I have seen these kids out in the street all by themselves, and then they're killing and dying and doing things like that for themselves. Adelante.
Sí, y en las manos de ellos está el tener.
From opening these drug places, so our children, the youth, can have a much better life. So please, I would ask you to take that into consideration so we can all be better and the youth and young people can have a better future. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is 2352. 2352, please press star 6 to unmute.
Good morning. This is Craig Walker. As an attendee of the Borrego Springs County Planning Group, home to the Anza Borrego State Park, we value the largest desert state park in the nation, about 640,000 acres. Along with those who call Borrego Springs home, I share their concerns for one of the largest protected areas in the West and the county's only self-sufficient desert community. Tourists make the trip from San Diego to enjoy the springtime, to hike on over 100 miles of trails and gaze upon a star-filled sky unspoiled by human activities. Tourists don't come to buy marijuana. The idea of bringing marijuana operations to Borrego is technically, environmentally, and economically flawed. Anza Borrego Desert and the people who work to protect this unique and fragile ecosystem should be protected and respected, not exploited by marijuana business activities that could irreparably harm the community and the environment. Growers use intense and extensive artificial lighting, useful for growing plants, but detrimental to human health, disruptive to wildlife and migratory species, and compromising to Borrego's International Dark Sky certification. At our last planning group meeting, we had a presentation from the San Diego Water Authority about a proposed regional water conveyance system. The project was as contemplated would include 47 miles of canals and 39 miles of pipelines, as well as 3 pumping stations and power lines, not to bring Colorado River water to Borrego, but through Borrego.
Thank you. Our next speaker is 5555. 5555. Please press star 6 to unmute. 5555. Please press star 6 to unmute.
Good morning. This is Tyler James. I'm calling this morning because I'm concerned about the county's plan to allow marijuana businesses back into the county. In Hamul, this issue has generated serious questions among planning group members and the community. One of the main concerns is the effect that this would have on the groundwater supply. Marijuana crops are known to be water intensive. Other parts of the state are currently facing drought conditions and forced water cutbacks. It could happen here as it has in the past. Has the county done hydrology studies? If not, then we shouldn't even be talking about this issue. I would also like to know the steps that the county would take to ensure that the water quality is not impacted. This plan has not been vetted properly, and the water supply is too important to be left to chance. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next caller is 9887. 9887. Please press star 6 to unmute.
Good evening. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, sorry. I always wonder about that. My name is Carol Green, and I wasn't actually going to call in today, but I was listening yesterday, and I noticed all the focus on mental health, and I congratulate Supervisor Fletcher on his award. But I always wonder where the disconnect is when we are trying to destigmatize mental health, trying to make some strides in our mental health system, which needs so much help. And on the other hand, are feeding the mental health system with new people that need assistance because of the promotion of marijuana and the commercialization of marijuana. I've explained to you before that I have a personal family situation where my son his psychosis was triggered by marijuana. He did have some mental health issues, but we never were in crisis until he used marijuana. And it didn't take years. It took a couple of weeks, and all of a sudden he was in crisis. After 3 hospital stays and a lot of work, he had some moments of recovery and some good times, but he did actually die on December 3rd, 2019, because of his mental health issues, which were triggered by marijuana use. And I say that not haphazardly, but I say that because of toxicology tests and 3 different psychiatrists that told me that this was the trigger. So I said to my friend yesterday when I was talking to her and we were listening to because we're geeks, we're listening to the Board of Supervisors meeting. And she said, Carol, we have got to get together and create a mental health system that starts with preventing, includes hospitalization for people in crisis, and includes aftercare for people that are out of crisis but still need a lot of support. And I was wondering, where is all this information? Well, do you know where it is? It's on the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services. It's in every psychiatric journal. Please do some research. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next caller is 3800. 3800. Please press star 6 to unmute.
Thank you. My name is Barbara Gordon, and I applaud the Board of Supervisors recognizing at yesterday's meeting that evidence-based decisions matter when making public policy. Evidence should guide and inform policy to be more effective, more equitable, more focused on delivering the best outcomes for all San Diegans. I hope the board will use the same evidence-based approach to prioritize high-quality research and data over and above anecdotes and ideology when it comes to marijuana. All major marijuana and medical organizations agree that marijuana is both addictive and harmful to the human brain, especially when it's used as an adolescent. The board respectfully followed the science when making decisions that affected the health of its citizens during COVID-19. You should also follow the science when it comes to marijuana use. Recent SANDAG data reports that marijuana was the drug most commonly tried by arrestees, 90%, and was tried at an early age of 14, about 5 years earlier than any other drug. Marijuana was the most reported as very easy to obtain. Why are we adding more access and availability to this drug? My hope is the Board of Supervisors will follow the science. As our county leaders, you should not promote an industry knowing the harms of marijuana. Those businesses are about big money with no concern of the damage it causes to people's lives. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next caller is 7159. 7159, please press *6 to unmute.
Good morning, Supervisors. My name is Mark Wilcox. As a member of the county's Tobacco Control Coalition, I support total smoke-free and vape-free environments for everyone. It is a right of children and people not to suffer the first-hand and second-hand effects of marijuana and tobacco smoke and other products. Regarding Mr. Fletcher's proposed ordinance regarding marijuana businesses in the unincorporated areas of the county, I would like to share some information regarding marijuana smoking and vaping and consumption lounges from American Lung's recent letter. Quote, "We strongly oppose measures that put people in jeopardy of the harmful effects of marijuana and tobacco smoke. According to the Surgeon General, there is no risk-free level of exposure to secondhand smoke," end quote. Also, the California Air Resources Board classifies secondhand smoke as a toxic air contaminant in the same category as asbestos. Laboratory tests have found that secondhand marijuana smoke contained double the amount of tar and ammonia as tobacco smoke, and over 8 times the amount of hydrogen cyanides. State law currently prohibits smoking or vaping of any kind in restaurants. Allowing food and beverage service in the proposed consumption lounges would not be allowed under state law if smoking and vaping of marijuana is allowed in the same space. I urge the county not to move forward any provisions to enable marijuana smoking and vaping and consumption lounges in the unincorporated San Diego County. This undermines the hard-won smoke-free and vape-free protections. Thank you for this attention, your attention to this very serious matter.
Thank you. Our next caller is 6356. 6356, please press *6 to unmute.
Hello, my name is Dylan Charles. I'm a student at Rancho Bernardo High School, and I have seen the negative effects of drugs firsthand on my sports teams and in other students and in my classes. As teenagers, drugs are constantly around us, and for many are used in daily life. Many kids are under the influence or are addicted to drugs at a young age, and they have harmful effects on them physically and emotionally. This year, I participated in high school football and high school basketball. Throughout the season, I saw players and teammates that were high or on drugs, and it often led to them not performing well. With both of the seasons moving together into one, many multi-sport student athletes were stressed and overwhelmed with all the practices, games, and having to balance their schoolwork. Countless of them would turn to drugs to help them feel better, when in reality, they were harming them. During school hours, I have also seen drugs being used by fellow students. The other day in my online class, I saw another student smoking in his room during the class. He did not know his camera was on, and when he realized it was on, he quickly turned it off to avoid being in trouble. With kids doing school at home, there needs to be an increase in caution and drug laws. Many parents are at work while these kids are at home alone, and the parents cannot protect their kids from doing drugs while at work. These kids have easy access to drugs, and we need to change that to reduce the widespread problem. Kids should not be having to deal with these addictions and burdens in their lives. These lead to many harmful and unhealthy habits. They also cause physical and mental health issues and increase the risk of their safety and the safety of others. Overall, these are things we do not need in our community, and by eliminating them, we can reduce all the negative consequences they cause. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is 3828. 3828, if you'd like to speak on this item, please press star 6 to unmute. 3828.
Hello, this is Jeff Brecky. I'd like to speak in support of the proposal by Supervisor Desmond to continue outdoor dining. The reason for this is not only what he mentioned in his newsletter concerning the many businesses struggling and needing all of our support in order for them to be able to keep their doors open, but also out of consideration for those people like myself who are fully vaccinated, but in spite of that, would still like to have the availability of outdoor dining given my many neighbors who are vaccine resistant. I'd also like to say, in order to get to the goal of having 80% or more of the county fully vaccinated, that the Board of Supervisors work with state officials to find prominent, respected Republicans who are willing to be bold enough to speak out against all of the disinformation that has been promulgated by the far extreme right to say that the vaccine is dangerous in any of a number of absolutely ludicrous ways. I think unless we speak out aggressively against the disinformation and shame those people who would put people's lives at risk simply because of whatever political agenda they happen to be running, until we do that, I'm not sure that the vaccine resistant will ever get us to the 80% level or better that we would all like to attain. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is 6598. 6598, please press star 6 to unmute. 6598, please press star 6 to unmute. We'll come back. Recalling 8692. 8692, please press star 6 to unmute.
Yes, hi, my name is Julie Simper. I am calling on behalf of Preserve Alpine Heritage, a group of community advocates. We were formed in 2020 in response to the proposed Alpine County Park. Although we are grateful for having resources brought to Alpine, we are concerned by the park that has been proposed. In 2019, the Board of Supervisors approved the purchase of the land in a rural neighborhood next to Wrightsfield Ecological Preserve to build an active park. The community was led to believe that this park would be 10 to 15 acres in size, more of a small community park. However, in late summer 2020, when the park design was released, it was a 26-acre sports complex type park with almost 300 parking spaces, water extensive grassy fields, lots of sports initiatives, volunteer pad, etc. So more of an urban type park located in a very rural neighborhood where there's nothing around. It is a drive-to park. The Department of Parks and Recreation says this themselves. And again, next to an ecological preserve. We question whether this is the right park for Alpine in the right location. We feel that there are a lot of reasonable alternatives that can be pursued. Our request to the Board of Supervisors, and we will participate in the budget hearings, but our request is that before approving funding for a park design that will irreversibly and fundamentally change the nature of one of San Diego's beloved backcountry communities, that you consider, look at some of the concerns around the design, safety concerns, safe access. There are no walkways to get there, the environmental concerns, and also what the community wants. Less than 200 people participated in the Department of Parks and Recreation needs assessment. Also, we are waiting on CEQA review, and I'm looking at the 2019 letter that was approved, and it said that CEQA review will occur for that separate project before the board approves the bid.
Our next caller is 3496. 3496, please press *6 to unmute.
Good morning, supervisors and staff. Thank you for this opportunity to speak to you today. My name is Jean Duffy. I've been a resident of Julian for 27 years, and I raised our 3 kids in Julian. And I'd like to address the policy change that Supervisor Fletcher is proposing to allow marijuana commercialization in our unincorporated areas. I agree with the gentleman who spoke from Humul and Mr. Walker from Borrego that cultivation just causes environmental degradation, and then the water use issue. And I just think it's very reckless, a decision to allow retail marijuana sales in our backcountry. It brings crime and violence to communities. It makes marijuana more accessible to our young people. Use causes mental and physical damage, as we've heard today. And it kills a young person's motivation and it ruins our futures. In Julian, we've had DUI crashes that have hurt our community. And, you know, if you allow people to come to Julian or any of our backcountry areas, make those, you know, a place where they travel to go, they're not going to buy that. I don't ever believe they're going to buy that marijuana and take it home. You know, they're going to use it and they're going to get back on our windy roads in our backcountry, and there'll be more crashes. If you do decide to go this route, which I hope you don't, I hope you limit the sales to maybe industrial areas. I work in La Mesa and we see the 600 feet, what it looks like. You know, there's a dispensary just down the block from Helix High School. There's another dispensary across from one of our Christian schools across El Cajon Boulevard. And so it's too close. You know, if you have to go this route, 1,000 feet at least from use sensitive areas. And just, you know, look to follow public health, don't put that public health behind profits. You know, that needs to be at least 1,000 feet. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is 2965, recalling 2965. Please press *6 to unmute.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors. I'm KB Strange. I'm a pharmacist in Escondido. Our pharmacy also serves the communities of Valley Center and the Fallbrook-Bonsall area. I've been listening to some of their planning groups and some of the discussions that they've had, and I'm surprised that a supervisor with no unincorporated land in his area seems to be dictating what type of land use that these communities should have. The Board of Supervisors said it wants all voices heard, but this isn't happening for our citizens of the unincorporated regions. I think this sets a bad precedent to introduce land use regulations without first asking planning groups if this is what they want. The planning groups have been very clear that what they do want are better roads, better protection against fire. They want sustainable water resources, and they want their unique habitats protected. They do not want to be a dumping ground for the city's problems concerning the marijuana businesses that want to come into the unincorporated areas. Any taxes collected from the marijuana businesses could never compensate for the resulting code enforcement costs, the law enforcement costs, and especially, as we've heard today, the healthcare costs, both mental and physical, that marijuana brings. It seems like promoting marijuana businesses is just another case of politics and money over the people. So please, I'm asking you today, please do what you can to keep marijuana businesses out of our unincorporated areas and away from our young people. Thank you.
Thank you. Recalling 6598. 6598, please press star 6 to unmute. 6598, please press star 6 to unmute.
And we have one in-person speaker. I'd like to invite forward Consuela Hagenken. You may approach the podium at this time, and you will have 2 minutes to address the board.
Okay. Okay. Oh, God. Okay. So far, adult fear-mongering has probably fooled most children into believing that school closures, social distancing, and masks are necessary precautions. But eventually, when the hysteria ends and the facts emerge, they will realize that their year of studying miserably served no more rational purpose than our ancestors as child sacrifices to the gods. As Oscar Wilde said, children begin by loving their parents. As they grow older, they judge them. Sometimes they forgive them. This generation will have much to forgive. Some COVID experts say that ventilation and reducing class sizes is of more importance than masks, but many schools are going ahead and imposing mask mandates anyways. School officials should be making educational decisions, not medical decisions. For instance, SD Unified School District officials say their mask policy, which does not provide in-person learning for students who are unable to wear a face covering, is based on guidance they've received from UC San Diego Health and Science, and they are not allowing anyone without a face covering onto school campuses, even though county guidance says students who are medically exempt from wearing a face covering cannot legally be excluded from campus. And state public health guidelines specifically provide mask exemptions for people with a disability, mental health condition, or medical conditions that prevent mask wearing. This, despite findings that children studying remotely make little or no academic progress, and that the learning loss is most pronounced among those from disadvantaged homes. Yet, teachers, public health officials, and many parents have not acknowledged these facts and the lasting damage that their irrational fears are doing to the most vulnerable members of society. There can be no keener revelation of a society's soul, Nelson Mandela famously said, than the way in which it treats its children. By that standard, our society now has the soul of an abusive parent. The pandemic has turned American adults, or at least the ones who make the rules, into selfish neurotics, who have been punishing innocent children for over a year. Whether you are for or against masks or for or against vaccines, the bottom line is that we should not all have the right to decide. We should all have the right to decide as individuals what's best for us. Government does not have the right to tell you what goes into your body or on your body. It should be our bodies, our choice. Government does not have the right to mandate and put into law anything that goes against your free will. So whether you're a Dem, Republican, Green Party, or Libertarian, we must stand together against tyranny.
Thank you very much.
It's my birthday.
Thank you for everyone calling in. Next on our agenda is approval of the board meeting minute statement of proceedings for the meeting of Wednesday, May 5th, 2021. Is there a motion for?
So moved.
We have a motion by Supervisor Anderson. Is there a second? Second. Second by Vice Chair Vargas. We'll ask the clerk to please call the roll.
Thank you. Supervisor Anderson.
Aye.
Supervisor Lawson-Remer.
Aye.
Supervisor Desmond.
Aye.
Vice Chair Vargas.
Vargas, aye.
Chair Fletcher.
Fletcher, aye.
The motion passes unanimously with all supervisors being present and voting aye.
We'll now proceed with the formation of the consent calendar. I will begin by asking the clerk if there are any items on today's agenda the public wishes pulled for discussion.
Thank you, Chair Fletcher. Item 1 has been pulled by the public. Item 2 has been pulled by the public. Item 3 has been pulled by the public. Item 6 has been pulled by the public. All the remaining items on the Board of Supervisors agenda, as well as the County of San Diego Sanitation District, may be placed in the consent calendar for your board's consideration.
I'll now proceed to my colleagues. Supervisor Anderson, are there any items you wish to be pulled or comments you wish to make?
Not at this time. If I could remember all the items that were pulled, I'd make a motion, but I'm not sure at this point. Thank you.
1, 2, 3, and 6 are the items that have been pulled by the public, and then we'll see what other colleagues, if they have others they wish to pull.
Okay, thank you.
All right, Supervisor Lawson-Remer.
I just wanted to make a couple remarks on items 8. Don't need to pull it. Is this a good time?
That would be the perfect time.
Great. More than anything, I just want to thank staff for all the work they've done on this item, especially given the massive die-off of trees across our county. Just to see what the shot-hole borer has done in the Tijuana River Valley and what the gold-spotted oak borer has done in our canyons and foothills. And it's been relatively, I think, tragic, honestly. And we're at a crisis point with the losses that we're experiencing. So I'm just extremely thankful for this comprehensive tree program. I support this item, and thank you so much to the staff for their work.
Thank you. Supervisor Desmond.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have no items to pull. I'll make a recommendation or a motion to approve the balance. And I would like to make comments on item 7. Item 7, this is for advertise and award construction contracts for 5 traffic signals in the unincorporated areas of districts 2, 3, and 5, particularly those in North County. I want to just say these are very positive steps towards better functioning intersections and roadways for our residents. Infrastructure is really one of our core responsibilities, and county government is critical to this effort, and we are responsible to the changing dynamics of our roadways. The first intersection in North County in Rainbow was brought to my attention when I was first elected. I'm glad to see it finally moving forward today. It's the old Highway 395. Excuse me a second here. Old Highway 395 and Rainbow Glen intersection. Unfortunately, it acts as a bypass to and from Temecula, where a lot of traffic is accumulated because that's where the less costly homes are located. Interstate 15 backs up, and people take the north-south Mission Road in through Rainbow. It was not meant to be have this level of traffic on it as a bypass through Rainbow to avoid traffic on the 15. So the Rainbow residents have struggled to try to get in and out of their communities, and this will help improve the functionality and safety for that community. In Fallbrook, the South Mission Road and Green Canyon Road signal is going to help address rush hour traffic that comes in and out of Camp Pendleton. It's an important intersection for parents and students and the military to and from Camp Pendleton, and also in the vicinity is Fallbrook High School. So we've got a lot of needs for basic infrastructure under county responsibility, and I appreciate the board's commitment to the high quality of keeping the high quality of the county roads. And I want to thank the Department of Public Works for bringing this item forward, for all their work in getting these shovel-ready traffic signals for safety before us today. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Supervisor Desmond. Vice Chair Vargas.
No items to pull. I'm happy to second the motion.
All right, I also have no items to pull. We have a motion by Supervisor Desmond, seconded by Vice Chair Vargas. Have the clerk confirm the items for discussion today will be 1, 2, 3, and 6. Once we confirm that, let's call the roll.
That is confirmed. Thank you. Supervisor Anderson?
Aye.
Supervisor Lawson-Remer?
Aye.
Supervisor Desmond?
Aye.
Vice Chair Vargas?
Vargas, aye.
Chair Fletcher?
Fletcher, aye.
That motion passes unanimously with all supervisors being present and voting aye.
Our first item today is going to be agenda item 1 related to VMT analysis and SB 743. Before we go to a staff presentation, I just want to make a couple brief introductory comments on this item. You know, in California, we have seen tremendous shifting and changing around the goals associated with a variety of things. We have a governor who has outlined the incredible need to significantly increase the production of housing in our state to meet the demand and need of our residents, particularly on issues around affordability. At that exact same time, we have a legislature and governor over the years that has fundamentally changed the greenhouse gas emission goals we need to achieve our climate change objectives. And in many instances, these two goals are seen to collide with one another, but there is a path and there is a way for us to actually align the need to lower greenhouse gas emissions, recognizing the single largest driver of them is the passenger vehicle, and it is associated with vehicle miles traveled. But there is a way to align these two, but it requires us to change the underlying systems. We had underlying systems that were built in a different time with a different objective. Today, the objectives have changed. The objective is to build housing and lower greenhouse gas emissions, and that means we have to change the structure by which we do things. I believe that SB 743 is a transformative piece of legislation that fundamentally realigns what we do in our state and the way that we go about doing it in a way that I believe, if done properly, can help us achieve both of those goals. By moving away from levels of service and moving into a VMT mindset, we can incentivize housing in the right place. We can actually lower the cost of housing. By building housing in VMT efficient areas, you are significantly lowering the historic mitigation cost associated with building that housing. By creating proper mitigation bank and funding and programs for housing that is outside of those areas, we can actually fund the creation of transportation projects that can create more VMT efficient areas and more areas where it is more affordable to build housing. But it is a significant shift. It's a significant shift for this body, for other jurisdictions. It's a significant shift for community groups. It's a significant shift for our partners in the building industry, our partners in the environmental industry. And we've got a fair amount of work to do to make sure that we do this right. And I think if we do this right and we do this thoughtfully, it can begin to reset our approach to transportation, housing, and the environment in San Diego County. But again, it is upending decades of the way it's always been done. And so I think it's important as we move forward as a board that we really ensure that we spend a little bit of time. We're talking about making decisions that will have lasting impacts for generations to come, decades to come, certainly at least. And I think that as we think about that, it's really important that we spend a little bit of time and get this right. And so before our board today is just an update, and I want to hear from the public and we want to hear from my colleagues. But my sense is, as a board, we're going to have a lot of questions. And we're going to have a lot of things that we want explored. We're going to have a lot of what if we did this, and what if we did this, and how would this work? And we got to hear from OPR, and we want to see what's happening with Sandag. And so my sense is, at the end of the day, we're going to be given some direction to staff to do some really hard work about how we can make this work to ensure that what we adopt in a comprehensive way is something that can help ensure our commitment to lowering greenhouse gas emissions and ensure our commitment to placing housing in the right areas. And I think if we do it, we can also fund some incredible transportation projects, some transit projects, some things that can not only by themselves lower VMTs and greenhouse gas emissions, but have the potential to create new VMT efficient areas. So with that, I want to turn it over to staff for a presentation. After that, we will go to our public speakers. Public speakers who are here will go first. After that, we will hear from those who are calling in remotely. And then we'll come to the board, and I think it's appropriate we spend a bit of time this morning on this issue. It is very important.
Okay. Good morning, Chair Fletcher and members of the board. I'm Jacob Armstrong, and with me today is Damon Davis and Mark Slovic. We will be presenting an overview of the options presented to the board last June as part of the county's implementation of SB 743 and adoption of its Transportation Study Guide for Vehicle Miles Traveled, or VMT, including staff's comparative analysis of VMT threshold options and screening criteria. The board may receive the report today, take no action, and leave the existing Transportation Study Guide in place, direct staff to prepare revisions, and return to the board following public outreach and preparation of CEQA findings for a final decision, or the board can request staff to return with additional information before the board provides direction on the Transportation Study Guide. We will conclude with an update on efforts evaluating programmatic VMT mitigation fee options included in Phase 2 and return to the board later this year with additional information. An errata has been prepared for this item to correct the number of housing units located within VMT efficient areas for the different geography options. We will note the corrected numbers as we go through them in the presentation. Senate Bill 743 was signed into law in 2013 and changed the way local jurisdictions analyze transportation and land use. The intent of Senate Bill 743 was to balance the needs of congestion management with statewide goals to reduce GHG emissions, encourage infill development, and improve public health through more active transportation. To understand VMT, it really comes down to a project's location and size. VMT is calculated by determining the distance and frequency of vehicle trips generated from a specific land use, such as a home or business. The Governor's Office of Planning and Research, also known as OPR, provided the state's technical guidance in 2016 and updated in 2018 for local jurisdictions to adopt SB 743 and VMT. Lead agencies like the county have discretion to develop and adopt their own significance environmental thresholds for VMT, provided such thresholds are supported by substantial evidence. They can also choose to rely on the criteria recommended by OPR. When analyzing a project's impact on transportation with VMT, the estimated vehicle miles traveled generated by a project is compared to the average VMT generated by existing land uses in a defined area. If a project generates significantly less VMT than the surrounding land uses within a specific geographic boundary, it is considered to have a less than significant impact on transportation. According to OPR's review of various planning studies, a 15% reduction below the average VMT is consistent with SB 743's direction to select a threshold that will help the state achieve its climate goals. Therefore, OPR recommended 15% reduction below the average VMT as a significance threshold. A project can also be considered to have a less than significant impact on VMT if it generates less than a specified amount of average daily trips, also referred to as ADT. The OPR technical advisory states that projects that generate or attract fewer than 110 average trips per day generally may be assumed to cause a less than significant impact. Therefore, OPR recommended 110 average daily trips as a screening threshold. OPR also identified other criteria that can be used to determine if a project has a less than significant impact on transportation, such as projects that are adjacent to existing major transit facilities. Local jurisdictions have the option to determine the geographic area, to compare a project's VMT to the VMT average. County staff previously presented to the board 3 geographic options to compare a project's VMT to the average VMT for the specified area. The first was a geography based on the unincorporated area, which would compare a project's VMT to the VMT average found in the unincorporated area. The second was a geography based upon the entire San Diego region or regional average, which would include the number and length of vehicle trips within the incorporated cities and the unincorporated area to determine the average daily VMT. The third was a geography based on subregions within the unincorporated county, which combines the unincorporated communities with similar trip lengths and destinations together. 5 subregions within the unincorporated county were identified. Staff recommended the unincorporated area as the geography for VMT analysis for the county, as it was most consistent with the county's general plan specific goals and policies. The board adopted this geography threshold. In addition to defining the geographic area by which to measure a VMT average, local jurisdictions can adopt a significance threshold for VMT. County staff previously presented to the board the threshold of 15% below the average VMT as recommended by OPR. This means a project would need to be 15% less than the VMT average to be considered to have a less than significant impact. County staff also presented options that were less than 15% for the board to consider, such as 10% or 5%. The board adopted OPR's recommended threshold of 15%. Another analysis screening criteria for VMT is project size. The amount or average daily trips, referred to as ADT, is calculated through trip generation methods based on specific land uses. County staff presented to the board 2 options for project size screening thresholds. The first option presented to the board was OPR's state guidance recommendation of 110 average daily trips, or ADT, for project size screening. County staff also presented to the board an alternative option of 200 ADT based upon SANDAG trip generation methodology. The board adopted OPR's recommendation of 110 ADT. Lastly, the board was presented with the option to continue to evaluate traffic operations, safety, and level of service, or LOS, outside of CEQA through the county's discretionary planning review process to ensure consistency with the county's general plan goals and policies. County staff presented this option through a local mobility analysis, also referred to as an LMA. The LMA assesses more localized transportation effects from land use projects to facilitate orderly development, public safety, adequate infrastructure, and consistency with the general plan. County staff also presented the option to not require an analysis of roadway operations outside of CEQA. The board decided to adopt an LMA, in addition to CEQA VMT analysis, which together represents the adoption of the Transportation Study Guide. With the board's adoption of the Transportation Study Guide, or TSG, the modeling analysis for VMT has been completed and is usable for development projects. Using the county's SB 743 interactive maps located on our website, projects can determine their average VMT by clicking on a project's location. If the average VMT is below the threshold, the project would have a less than significant impact since it's located in a VMT efficient location. Now let's look at the VMT maps and comparative analysis done for the geography options previously presented to the board. As previously mentioned, county staff provided to the board a comparative analysis of 3 geography options for implementing SB 743. This map represents the unincorporated county geographic area. Looking at the map, the green areas are VMT efficient and no further VMT analysis or mitigation is required. The yellow areas are over the VMT threshold, but based on the average, could analyze potential VMT reduction measures, although the feasibility to implement measures to fully mitigate for VMT may be challenging. The red areas are over the threshold where full mitigation at a project level is not feasible, which is discussed further in the presentation as part of the county staff's evaluation of the potential cost for various full hypothetical mitigation options. The shades of gray represent areas where there is no data in the SANDAG regional model or not within the county's land use jurisdiction. Using the unincorporated average area, VMT is 32.54 miles per resident. About 45,444 acres, or 6.2% of the total area shown in green, is VMT efficient areas. The county's general plan housing element identifies a remaining capacity of over 58,000 dwelling units. Based on this unincorporated average for residential, an estimated 14,741 dwelling units are located within VMT efficient areas and do not require mitigation. This equates to 25.4% of the dwelling unit capacity in the general plan. This number was corrected from the 18,804 units. The SANDAG Regional Housing Needs Assessment, or RENA Cycle 6, allocates 6,700 dwelling units to the unincorporated county. The current RENA plan allocates housing units within the region in a manner consistent with the development pattern included in SANDAG's Sustainable Community Strategy, which prioritizes the reduction of VMT and GHG emissions. Under this scenario, 3,233 RENA sites are located within VMT efficient areas. County staff recommended this geography to the board to compare a project's VMT to the VMT average as it was most consistent with the county's general plan specific goals and policies. The board adopted the unincorporated area geography. This map represents the SANDAG region geography, or regional average. OPR state guidance suggests using a regional or citywide geography depending on land use type. However, there is no requirement in SB 743 to have the regional area defined by the SANDAG region. Using the SANDAG region, the average VMT is 21.85 miles per resident. This is an average VMT about 10 miles less than the unincorporated county average we just discussed. This is because the regional geography also takes into account the shorter trips in more urban areas. Using the regional geography, about 99.7% of the unincorporated county where the county has land use jurisdiction, shown above in red, is in VMT inefficient areas. About 2,467 acres, or 0.34% of the total area, shown in green, is VMT efficient areas. Zooming in more closely, you can see the limited green efficient VMT areas based on this regional geography, primarily located along the urban periphery in Sweetwater, Spring Valley, Valley del Oro, Lakeside, and North County metro areas. A housing analysis using the regional geography scenario estimates a capacity of 1,751 dwelling units. This represents about 3% of the general plan dwelling unit capacity that would be considered to have a less than significant impact and not require mitigation. This number was corrected from the 1,087 units. Under a regional average, a total of 507 RENA units would be located within VMT efficient areas. The sub-regional geography groups community plan areas into 5 regions with similar travel and commute patterns. Using sub-areas is more complex and creates a patchwork of screening since different areas of the county would have varying VMT averages. The sub-regional geography more uniformly distributes VMT efficient areas across the more rural unincorporated villages. The average VMT using sub-areas within the unincorporated county varies based on the sub-area and ranges from 24.52 to 58.04 miles. This option locates 74,049 acres, or 10.1% of the unincorporated county in VMT efficient areas, shown in green. Approximately 21,600, or 37.2%, of the general plan dwelling units would have a less than significant impact and would not require mitigation. This number was corrected from 17,675 units. Under a sub-regional average, a total of 3,089 RENA units would be located within VMT efficient areas. If we were to compare how many housing units are in each district using a regional and unincorporated average, under the board's currently adopted unincorporated average scenario, District 1 has a capacity for 755 general plan dwelling units and 180 RENA units in VMT efficient areas. The general plan dwelling unit number was corrected from 570 units. If a threshold based on the regional average were adopted, there is a capacity for 207 general plan units and 168 RENA units in District 1. The general plan dwelling unit number was corrected from 118 units. In District 2, there is a capacity for 3,630 general plan units and 1,094 RENA units based on the currently adopted unincorporated average. The general plan dwelling unit number was corrected from 6,199 units. For District 2, if a threshold based on the regional average were adopted, there would be capacity for 325 general plan units and 170 RENA units. The general plan dwelling unit number was corrected from 225 units. In District 3, there is a capacity for 1,354 general plan units and 163 RENA units based on the currently adopted unincorporated average. The general plan dwelling unit number was corrected from 1,296. For District 3, based on a regional average, there would not be any VMT efficient areas and therefore no general plan housing or RENA capacity. There is no unincorporated county land use authority in District 4. In District 5, there is capacity for 9,002 general plan units and 1,796 RENA units based on the currently adopted unincorporated average. The general plan dwelling unit number was corrected from 10,739 units. In District 5, if there would be a capacity for 1,219 general plan units and 169 RENA units based on a regional average. The general plan dwelling number was corrected from 735 units. This slide summarizes the general plan housing capacity within VMT efficient areas by supervisorial district.
In addition to location, project size is the other primary metric to determine if a project will need to mitigate. Project size is determined by the number of vehicle trips a land use will generate, which is referred to as average daily trips, or ADT. For example, a single-family residence generates approximately 10 ADT throughout the day. As mentioned, the small project screening options of 110 and 200 ADT were previously considered by the board, with the OPR recommendation of 110 ADT being adopted. Additional project screening options have been developed and can also be considered by the board, including the removal of small project screening criteria. Although location and size of a project are the primary metrics for determining VMT impacts, there are other screening options that OPR state guidance identified, such as locally serving retail or public facilities, redevelopment projects resulting in greater VMT efficiency, 100% affordable housing, and projects located near or accessible to transit. The Buena Creek Sprinter Station, adjacent to SR 78, is the only major transit facility in the unincorporated county. If a project meets any one of these criteria, it is considered to have a less than significant impact for transportation. This slide represents the overall VMT project screening under the county's current adopted guidelines. Residential and employment projects are not the only projects subject to VMT analysis. Any project that is subject to CEQA is subject to VMT and required to analyze potential transportation impacts. VMT does not recognize that certain project types of land development projects are location-specific because they are resource-dependent and therefore not typically located within VMT-efficient areas. As a result, these project types primarily rely on project size for screening. This can become challenging for a variety of unique project types that are common in rural locations, such as farms, agricultural tourism, renewable energy, wineries, regional parks, campgrounds, mining operations, special event facilities, and cemeteries. Removing or modifying project size screening criteria may significantly affect these types of projects. In addition, limitations in the SANDAG model may require these types of projects to use a qualitative approach to analyze VMT if they are not screened out. To mitigate for VMT, a project needs to reduce the number and/or distance of vehicle trips made by the residents or employees. Therefore, typical VMT mitigation includes the expansion of the transportation options, including sidewalks, bike lanes, transportation demand management strategies like van pools, bike sharing, and transit subsidies. It can be challenging in the semi-rural and rural area to achieve substantial reductions in VMT through mitigation. While VMT can reduce GHG and help the state reach its GHG reduction and climate action goals, as a CEQA threshold for transportation, it does not directly measure GHG or GHG reduction. It only measures the distance a person drives. So, for example, electric cars are not considered mitigation for VMT. Staff is in the process of evaluating the potential costs for various VMT mitigation options. As the previous slide mentioned, to mitigate for VMT, a project must shorten the distance that the average person or resident drives. The cost for mitigation is based on the cost of constructing projects that reduce VMT divided by the amount of VMT that is reduced. It is estimated that the cost to fully mitigate 1 VMT for the county through a mitigation fee, exchange, or bank program would range from $10,000 to $22,000 per VMT. Staff conducted case studies for recent and hypothetical residential projects in various locations throughout the county. First is a 62-unit residential housing project located in District 5 in close proximity to SR 78 and the Sprinter line. Under the current adopted VMT guidelines, the project would have an average VMT per resident of 20.91, which is below the threshold based on the unincorporated average. As a result, the project would have a less than significant impact for CEQA transportation and not be required to mitigate. This same project, under a regional average, would be 2.34 miles over the threshold and need to mitigate for 377.2 miles. Based on the cost estimates for mitigation, This would cost $3.7 to $8.3 million, or $60,000 to $130,000 per unit to fully mitigate for VMT.
Well, I'm sorry, can I interrupt you for 1 second? Can you go back to that slide? I think I'm just misreading it. I just want to make sure I'm tracking on it. Can we go back one? Okay, so I apologize for interrupting, but I just want to make sure I'm tracking. So what I see on here is the VMT per resident on this would be 20.91, and the regional average is 21.85. So wouldn't this project be under the regional average?
Chair Fletcher, the threshold is 18.57. It's 15% below the average. So that's where the 2
I see. Okay, yeah, that would be helpful. As we go forward on this, it'd be helpful if we put the regional average and then the threshold needed. Because when you look at it, I understand completely what you're saying, but when you look at this, it appears that it is below the regional average, and I understand the 15, but as we go forward in these discussions, if we can add, here's the regional average, here's the threshold with the reduction, and then here's the actual project, that'll be helpful as the public views. So thank you. Carry on.
Next are two hypothetical 20-unit residential housing projects. One is located in the community of Sweetwater and the other in Lakeside. The project in Sweetwater would have an average VMT per resident of 25.98, which is below the adopted unincorporated average threshold. The Lakeside project would have an average VMT of 25.73 and is also below the adopted threshold. Both are located within VMT efficient locations and would have a less than significant impact for transportation and require no mitigation. These same projects, subject to a threshold based on the regional average, would be 7.41 and 7.16 miles over the threshold and need to mitigate for 372 and 385 miles. Based on the hypothetical cost estimates for programmatic VMT mitigation options, the fee would be $3.7 to $8.5 million, or $190,000 to $425,000 per unit to fully mitigate for VMT. Staff also conducted a review of comparative analysis based on residential projects that were approved at public hearing from 2013 to the adoption of the new guidelines in June of 2020. From 2013 to June 2020, 76 residential housing projects totaling 6,803 units were approved at public hearing, identified in green by location on this map. If those 76 projects were to have been subject to the current county VMT guidelines, 29% of them, totaling 2,900 units, would be located outside VMT efficient areas and would have been required to mitigate for VMT. If those same projects were subject to a threshold based on the SANDAG regional average and the adopted small project screening criteria were left in place, 62% of the projects, totaling 6,700 units, would be required to mitigate for VMT. Adding the SANDAG regional average and removing small project screening criteria, all 6,803 units approved during this time frame would be located outside VMT efficient areas and would be required to mitigate for VMT.
County staff conducted a review of all 58 counties in California, every city in our region, and many other cities around the state on their implementation of SB 743. This slide focuses on a few unincorporated counties around the state, which shows the variation in what other jurisdictions did when adopting their own guidelines for SB 743. Prior to the July 1st, 2020 implementation of SB 743, staff held meetings with and sought input from the Planning Commission, community planning and sponsor groups, non-governmental organizations, and other stakeholders. Staff presented at 2 Planning Commission hearings, an introductory presentation at the April 3rd, 2020 hearing, and a presentation of implementation options at the May 15th, 2020 hearing. Staff offered to present at all community planning and sponsor group meetings. Additionally, presentations were offered to land development industry and environmental groups. PDS convened 2 public webinars online to gain input on the options to implement 743. The webinars were held on May 6th and May 20th of 2020. In advance of today's hearing, PDS staff met with stakeholders and presented to community groups and other organizations. PDS staff also held a public meeting on April 22nd, 2021 to solicit feedback on the guidelines and potential options for the board's consideration, and to inform them of the May 19th, 2021 Board of Supervisors meeting. Public comments on the county's implementation options for VMT were primarily focused on the implications and costs for development and housing, and the relationship of VMT to GHG reductions, and helping the region and state meet its climate action goals. Other groups, such as the Farm Bureau, express concerns about the impacts from VMT to their particular industry. Upon adoption of the TSG on June 24, 2020, staff started Phase 2 of SB 743 implementation. The county's Phase 1 approach for implementing SB 743 involved applying OPR state recommendations for CEQA project level review that was formalized with the board's adoption of the TSG. However, it is widely recognized that it is likely that many jurisdictions will need to go further than just considering how to implement VMT analysis and mitigation, and also consider how SB 743 supports or conflicts with broader transportation planning goals and policies. As part of Phase 2 of VMT, staff are developing options and evaluating the feasibility for a programmatic approach to address impacts based on VMT analysis. Phase 2 also includes an analysis of the impact of SB 743 on the county's Transportation Impact Fee, or TIF program. Staff is working on options for the TIF program and anticipate bringing them together for the VMT programmatic mitigation options to the board later this year. Today's presentation is a report to the board on the implementation of SB 743 and VMT. The board's options to revise the Transportation Study Guide include changing the geographic area used to determine the average VMT, which a proposed project will be compared to, the threshold, which is used to determine whether a project has a significant VMT impact, the screening criteria used to determine the size of projects that are screened out from VMT analysis, and whether a local mobility analysis should be required outside of CEQA to evaluate level of service. If the board directs changes to the VMT guidelines, the board could also provide direction to allow in-process projects to continue to use the current guidelines. In advance of today's meeting, staff was informed that SANDAG will be releasing their draft regional transportation plan for public review on May 28, 2021. In the draft plan, SANDAG will be identifying a total of 7,400 housing units to be built within the county through 2050. We do not know the exact location of the units or whether they would be located within VMT-efficient areas based on the different VMT geographic area options. Staff from the state's Office of Planning and Research have also shared that OPR is in the process of making changes to their advisory VMT guidance document to provide clarification that local jurisdictions should use a regional average to evaluate VMT impacts under CEQA. The state did not provide a specific date for the changes, but shared that it could be as soon as next month or later this year. As a result of this information, the board could also direct staff to return to the board after staff review of the draft or final SANDAG Regional Transportation Plan and/or OPR VMT guidance document revisions with a report on the potential options for future updates to the Transportation Study Guide for the board's consideration. For today's report, staff recommends that the board find that today's actions are exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act, receive the presentation and overview of Senate Bill 743, and provide direction. This concludes our presentation, and we are available for questions. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Thank you for that presentation. We're going to go to our public speakers again. We'll go to those who are here in person first, and then after that, we will go to our virtual speakers, and then we'll come to the board for board deliberation and discussion.
Thank you, Chair Fletcher. We have 52 requests to speak, 2 in person, and 50 requesting to speak by phone. Also note for the record that we received 81 e-comments on this item. Any members of the public that requested to speak on this item by phone, please dial into the conference line now using the instructions that were provided to you. We will begin with the in-person speakers. When I call your name, please come up to the podium, and you will have 2 minutes to address the board. I'd like to invite forward Jim Whalen. That'll be followed by Matt Adams. And again, please state your name for the audio record.
Good morning, Jim Whalen, J. Whalen Associates, San Diego. I'm very excited to be here. I'm a little rusty. It's been 14 months, but let's see if we can do this. Also, I want to say that the city of San Diego is avidly observing what's going on now because as the vice chair of the Planning Commission in San Diego, I'm ready to go. So this looks like it works just fine, and I'm going to be telling them that. Because as we have a lot of policy experience, both private and the public sector. And I'm going to use an example this morning. I'm here on behalf of Warner Springs Ranch Resort, which I think is a good example of the kind of situations you're going to need to grapple with. It's the oldest resort in San Diego. Started taking guests in 1841, just before I was born. It's self-contained in all public services. It has everything you can ask for. Police, fire, well, sheriff, fire, post office, stores, homes, hotel, everything you could ask for. It's in rejuvenation right now. It went bankrupt about 7 years ago, and it needs to have an injection of money and people to make the thing work again. And I'm here to tell you that if we do adopt some of the discussion on the policies with those big mitigation fees, we're dead. There won't be any rejuvenation happening. And I would say this arguably applies to all the rural communities that depend on commerce and activity. So I'm going to make 4 quick recommendations, and I really want to thank staff. They've just done a great job all the way around. They had a lot of public outreach, and we're looking forward to moving forward with that. Number 1 is explore the sub-regional average, perhaps broken into even finer-grained communities, like, for example, North Mountain would be the Warner Springs area. I like that idea. Number 2, this is a pipelining question. If somebody has a notice of preparation out on a CEQA document and they've been working in good faith with the county to process their project, I think they should be pipelined. Obviously, you can see by the mappings the staff put together that there are very paltry VMT efficient areas. And I like the discussion Chair Fletcher made about maybe finding a way to increase those areas going forward, because I do support the objectives of the Board of Supervisors. I want to say that up front. And the last one is a little more nebulous. That's exploring the unleveraged options that you have. For example, the MSCP is the reason why we have the land use patterns we have in the county, very unique in the state, where you have a whole area of intense development on the western third and then not much at all on the eastern 2/3. And the county should take advantage of those leveraging opportunities with the sequestration of carbon dioxide. You're doing way more than you're required to do. You should take advantage of that. And I look forward to working with all of you. I know 3 of you already, but I'm hoping to meet the other 2 in person one of these days soon. Supervisor Vargas, thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good morning. Matthew Adams, representing the Building Industry Association of San Diego County. It is very good to be with you here today. Chair Fletcher, I wanted to express my thanks to your opening comments where you kind of summarized the ambitious exercise that is before this body. No small task to try to get that done. And the reason you have to engage in that exercise is because it's the effort to comply with state law. But there's also the law of unintended consequences that have to be addressed as well. And clearly from the analysis, from the reports that we saw, there are some significant challenges ahead for this Board of Supervisors and for all of us as we move forward. Because as the data determined, if you go and move forward with a regional approach, you lose opportunities. Not only opportunities for VMT-efficient lands, but opportunities for affordable housing, because you're shrinking the pool. I've heard a lot about OPR and what their role is in all of this, and they are reviewing data that's come forward. Remember, it is a guidance document only. So you can do what you want because one size does not fit all. And clearly what we're seeing here is that the loss of, or moving to a regional program, you would lose so much of your land. 99.7% of your land would be outside VMT efficient areas. And the lands that are outside that are going to be too expensive to build. We saw that with the data that came forward. So we ask that you not move forward with anything today, but to continue this research and analysis And then lastly, focus on the villages as well, because we haven't seen much production in the 10 years. It's because you really didn't finish the plan. You still have to address the zoning inconsistencies. So with that, I thank you very much.
We'll now hear from those that requested to speak by phone. We will be calling speakers by the last 4 digits of their phone number. You will hear a notification that your call has been unmuted. You will then need to press *6 to unmute your phone. We'll ask you to please state your name for the audio record. I would remind the public speakers that they should mute their TV or live video stream before they begin speaking. Anne, if you could please identify the first caller.
Our first caller is 4241. 4241, please press *6 to unmute.
Good morning, Chair Fletcher and Supervisors. My name is Dustin Steiner, and I am calling on behalf of over 800 union and non-union members of the Associated General Contractors of San Diego. Our membership has been building San Diego for almost 100 years and looks forward to building our future. Changing VMT to a regional average is a de facto moratorium on housing in the unincorporated area. New housing projects will be too expensive to build due to the significant increase in fees, and previously approved projects would be in jeopardy. We appreciated Chair Fletcher's comments that there is still a lot of work to be done, and we urge the county to continue to work with stakeholders to find an equitable solution that balances housing needs with environmental laws. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next caller is 2750. 2750, please press *6 to unmute.
Good morning, Chair Fletcher, board members, Dan Silver, Endangered Habitats League. The goal here is to shift development to lower VMT locations. But if the majority of development is exempt from mitigation, that goal is frustrated. Mitigation metrics have been presented that make it appear that the sky is falling. However, these absolutely do not present your board with a full range of mitigation choices. To cite an analogy, habitat mitigation to reduce impacts to insignificant levels ranges from 0.5 to 1 to 5 to 1. This is not an all or nothing proposition. Every small project would not necessarily have to do a full EIR and make overriding findings. A program EIR would obviate this need. EHL recommends the Sandag region with the 15% threshold. For an ADT cutoff, we recommend 36, which corresponds to a minor subdivision. Your board should ensure that mitigation options include a sliding scale, less for mitigation in projects with relatively low VMT locations, in the middle for projects within villages, and highest for remote rural locations. Absent using VMT as an incentive, it is unclear how transportation impacts for GHGs will be reduced in the Climate Action Plan. Affordable housing is exempt in any case. Please do not be intimidated by worst-case mitigation scenarios or succumb to a false choice pitting housing against climate progress. Rather, ensure that mitigation provides reasonable incentives and disincentives that do not interfere with meeting housing needs. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next caller is 8832. 8832, please press *6 to unmute.
Good morning. My name is Jack with the San Diego Housing Coalition. I want to thank the BOS for the opportunity to speak today. First, I would like to say that San Diego County is facing a serious housing shortage, and it is important that we increase our county's housing stock. Furthermore, we need the county to implement policies to help increase the amount of housing so we can meet our goals. And for many years, San Diego County's general plan has not met its housing projections, and this is a long-standing issue affecting lower-income, BIPOC, and Latino communities. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next caller is 9002. 9002, please press *6 to unmute.
Good morning, Supervisors. My name is Bill Wellhouse. I live in Campo. I urge you to reduce the current exemptions for vehicle miles traveled to the regional average and to lower the average daily trips exemption number. Our most effective tool for reducing greenhouse gas emissions from the transportation sector is to reduce VMT. I am deeply concerned about climate change and how it is affecting our lives in the backcountry. Please do not allow vested interests to keep you from prioritizing the reduction of VMT and meeting the goals of SB 743. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next caller is 4853. 4853, please press *6 to unmute.
Thank you. Good morning. Gretchen Newsom speaking on behalf of IBEW Local 569 and our 3,600 members. Wanted to share with everyone that transportation pollution is threatening our climate and our health, especially environmental justice communities, many low-income and communities of color. Transportation represents one of our most significant opportunities to create cleaner air and slash climate emissions, but we must take strong action. Our region must aggressively reduce pollution from cars. This is vital. Today, the County Board of Supervisors has a critical opportunity to put us on the right path toward accomplishing this. We strongly urge the county to revise its Senate Bill 743 implementation guidelines to aggressively reduce VMT and put us on the path to a healthier, more resilient, and environmentally just future. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next caller is 6770. 6770, please press *6 to unmute.
Hi, yes. Good morning, Supervisors, Chair Fletcher. My name is Rick Bates, here today on behalf of Unite Here, Local 30, urging you to amend the Transportation Study Guide to be consistent with SB 743 by using the San Diego region rather than just the unincorporated county as the geographic boundary for measuring VMT. Make no mistake, choosing to forego meaningful VMT analysis in order to streamline so-called affordable housing in the outlying areas of the county will not only exacerbate climate impacts on the very communities you seek to assist. In fact, the only benefit to be had would be by those developers looking to increase their profit margins. I'd like to add that for many hospitality workers, public transit is the only option to get to and from work. And therefore, guidelines to develop housing that's closer in proximity to jobs, to shopping, to schools, and to efficient transit systems should be the desired outcome. Therefore, we encourage the board to direct staff to update the guidelines to be consistent with the spirit and intent of SB 743 by using the San Diego region as the geographic boundary and baseline for VMT analysis. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next caller is 4960. 4960, please press *6 to unmute.
Good morning, Supervisors. This is Jack Hsu, a council member from the city of La Mesa. I want to first mention that the board has received several good, excellent comment letters from the Coastal Environmental Rights Foundation, from Schumann, Haley, and Weinberg, and from a joint letter from the City Heights Community Development Environmental Health Coalition, Unite Here, and 350.org. These letters show how the county's implementation of 743 is flawed. Its methods and analysis are flawed. We need to have a legally compliant compliance of this legislation. I'm on the board of the San Diego Air Pollution Control District, and a resolution has been submitted and will be voted upon this Friday with regards to how we're implementing 743. And the reason for that is because Air Pollution Control District is charged with improving air quality and to protect public health and the environment. And in that regard, we have a nexus with how the county is implementing this legislation. But specifically, I want to draw attention to the false idea that implementing SB 43 to reduce sprawl development will somehow impact negatively on low-income families and people of color. This is a flawed idea. Remember, 100% affordable housing units under specific conditions are exempt from CEQA. Furthermore, to use terms like redlining to imply that implementation of SB 743 is like what occurred to exclude people of color from buying homes in the past is a really false idea. Right? Using people of color no, excuse me. Finally, I want to make one last point. You know what really is important is that we have communities in which people of color are in fear of going into grocery stores because of fear that they may be attacked, and certainly by people who are wearing hoods. We have neighborhoods in which people driving around with flags intimidate people of color. Let's stop hate and not deal with this issue of discrimination as a ruse to not implement 743. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is 5530. 5530. Please press *6 to unmute.
Yes. Hi, my name is John Motlin. I live out in the East County, and I'm just calling to oppose this. You know, housing has been a problem in this county for over 25 years now, and the policies that government keeps putting down is making it harder and harder to build housing, to house our residents. And this is just one more obstacle, one more fee that is going to make it harder and cause more people to leave our county. Please, please, please reconsider and do not pass this. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next caller will be 5645. 5645. Please press *6 to unmute.
Hi, thank you. Good morning. My name is Letitia Harrison, and I am with the San Diego Housing Coalition. And I want to thank everyone for the opportunity to speak. Today, the board will decide how they will evaluate vehicle miles traveled. I would like the board to supervisors to maintain the unincorporated county as the geographic boundary to determine VMT. If the board decides to go with the other option, it will reduce dwelling unit capacity. The county needs to work on addressing the housing shortage. It's vital that we do not make it harder for marginalized communities to become homeowners. Redlining and discriminatory policies have already made it harder for those communities to buy a home, which has made it difficult for them to build generational wealth. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next caller will be 0780. 0780. Please press *6 to unmute.
Good morning, board. My name is Doug Hicks with the Southwest Regional Council of Carpenters. This is a challenging and it's a very nuanced issue. As a county, we have one opportunity to get this policy right and to analyze the data in a way that accomplishes both our climate goals and meets our housing needs throughout the county, not just west of the 15. So I would encourage the board today to take a pause, to analyze the data and meet more with stakeholders, come back with a policy that accomplishes all the goals that we're trying to meet as a region. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next caller will be 8645. 8645. Please press *6 to unmute.
Hello, my name is Del Hansen, and I own a vineyard in unincorporated San Diego. And in 2019, I stopped working in engineering to focus on that vineyard and to build a small winery here in Alpine. However, I'm now faced with the impending VMT, and everyone listening to this meeting needs to know that it is proposed, and what is proposed under that proposal. Neither mine nor any agricultural tourism business could possibly move forward in San Diego County. No small business could afford the exorbitant fees on the table if implemented as proposed. County staff has estimated VMT fees for a small winery in unincorporated San Diego between $5 million and $13.4 million. I agree that decarbonization is needed, but I cannot believe that the people of San Diego County would actually support the concept of no more agritourism such as wineries in the county. Please send this proposal back to find a viable path so that agriculture and agricultural tourism businesses like mine can still be viable in the unincorporated county. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next caller is 1083. 1083. Please press *6 to unmute. 1083.
Good morning, supervisors. My name is Scott Malloy, 3050 Udall Street, San Diego. I have worked in real estate development for around 25 years, and I have specific experience with addressing VMT impacts for projects in the county. I'm opposed to use of a per capita regional average as the basis for the county's VMT threshold. Use of a regional average will require all sizes of projects in and outside of village areas to prepare expensive and time-consuming EIRs, and will leave these projects with unmitigated VMT impacts, exposing them to litigation from anti-housing groups. No state law or guidelines require use of a regional average, and many other counties around the state are using an unincorporated area average. Instead of using a regional average, the county should consider use of sub-regional averages. Sub-regional averages, if correctly structured, will more closely match actual travel patterns and distribution from individual projects, and they will also pick up the VMT from nearby incorporated areas. For example, a project in Lakeside would be analyzed against the VMT for its subregion, which would capture Santee and El Cajon, as well as unincorporated areas around Lakeside. Simply put, subregional averages are the most scientifically valid approach to analyzing VMT. Finally, what is overlooked but needs to be part of the county's strategy to reduce VMT is correcting the existing imbalance between the infrastructure and public service needs in unincorporated communities and the amount of housing that funds those needs. Many communities in the county have significant infrastructure and public service deficiencies, for example, roads and fire service, due to a lack of sufficient housing on the ground to fund the baseline needs in those communities. More housing can fund pedestrian, bicycle, and trail improvements in these communities and also facilitate more local shopping and dining, both of which would significantly reduce the VMT of the entire community. So in other words, adding housing to these communities, and even in areas that are, quote, VMT inefficient, would actually improve the overall VMT of the community. Some of these communities also lack both grocery stores and regional shopping centers. For example, residents of Hidden Meadows need to drive to Escondido or San Marcos to shop for groceries. So adding housing to Hidden Meadows would actually facilitate the...
Our next speaker is 0612. 0612, please press *6 to unmute.
Good morning, Chair Fletcher and Board of Supervisors. My name is Angelique Kalanog, representing the San Diego Regional Chamber of Commerce, whose mission is to make the San Diego region the best place to work and live. Thank you for the opportunity to speak on this item. We support leaving the existing transportation study guide in place and have expressed concerns on any changes to current VMT guidelines. I want to acknowledge County staff, Chair Fletcher, and the board for being responsive to our concerns, and we appreciate the attention you are providing this complex issue today. Among other aspects, the serious lack of middle market attainable housing has caused a tremendous outflux of working families to Riverside County or further. On a personal note, my parents and aunt all moved to Temecula because homes are more affordable there, despite the fact that they still work in San Diego County. VMT changes will affect the ability to provide affordable and accessible housing. And as the board considers new implementation and mitigation options, we respectfully request that any action not further exacerbate the housing shortage and the ability to provide this housing. The Chamber is grateful for all the time and hard work staff has dedicated to this issue. Our coalition is committed to working with the board on identifying solutions that will address our housing and workforce needs, climate action goals, and regulatory requirements. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Our next caller is 9850. 9850, please press *6 to unmute.
Yes, good morning. Thank you, Chair Fletcher and Supervisors. My name is Nathaniel Kerber, and I'm calling this morning to oppose the change of VMT calculation with the regional boundaries. I'm not originally from San Diego, but I moved here with the Marine Corps. And when I got out, I stayed here and started a family. And really the biggest goal we've had is to buy a home. As we all know, California is under an extreme housing shortage, and that does not leave San Diego on its own. But raising fees to the exorbitant amount as we see by changing the regional boundary is only going to make it harder for a middle-class young family like mine to actually stay within the county lines. And so we ask that you would continue conversations with stakeholders and determine a better way forward in calculating VMT. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next caller is 4529. 4529, please press *6 to unmute.
Good morning, Chair and Supervisors. My name is Brenda Garcia Millán. I'm with Climate Action Campaign. We are all aware that transportation is the largest source of greenhouse emissions in our region. We also know that the goal of SB 743 is to cut down those emissions by decreasing vehicle miles traveled, so our communities can have cleaner air an improved quality of life, and a climate-safe future. Yet, the current SB 743 implementation is flawed. It doesn't align our housing development needs with our public transit and transportation objectives, making it impossible to achieve our regional climate goals. Today, we urge you to please direct staff to revise the geographic boundary and the small project screening criteria to ensure meaningful VMT reductions. The longer you delay these revisions, the longer our communities are exposed to air pollution, wildfires, and the many negative consequences of sprawl. I also like to give a message in Spanish if someone can please translate. Quiero recordarles que la comunidad latina es una de las más afectadas por la contaminación causada por los combustibles fósiles. Por eso hago un llamado a los supervisores para que revisen esta ley de manera que sea implementada justa para nuestra salud y nuestro bienestar. Recuerden que la crisis de vivienda y la crisis climática es una sola.
Okay, I would like to go ahead and tell you that our community is really being affected by the fossils. I would like you, supervisors, to implement something to do with this issue. Adelante, señora.
Me parece decepcionante que en California, que es el estado más rico del país y del mundo, nos quieran hacer elegir entre viviendas de calidad y entre aire limpio. Merecemos ambos. Muchas gracias.
I am so disappointed that in California, who is one of the wealthiest states, they are making us choose, between very, very rich houses and clean air. Thank you so much.
Between affordable housing and clean air. We deserve both. Thank you very much.
Between affordable houses and clean air and the desirability of it. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Our next caller is 4058. 4058. Please press *6 to unmute.
Good morning, Chair Fletcher and members of the Board of Supervisors. My name is Calvin Barrios with Laborers Local 89, speaking on behalf of our business manager, Val Macedo, and our over 3,600 members. It is clear to all of us that we have a housing crisis and that we're all collectively looking at policies that will reduce VMTs, that will provide for a cleaner environment. But let's not forget about the unintended consequences of going too aggressive on regulations that may in turn make it that much more difficult to build the much needed housing that we need and create new job centers in the unincorporated areas. There's a need for additional studies on the impact on non-residential development and more stakeholder outreach, and I urge the board to hear these comments. Thank you.
Our next caller is 1031. 1031. Please press *6 to unmute.
Good morning. I'm Kathy Castle, President of the Lakeside Chamber of Commerce. On behalf of the business community in Lakeside, the Lakeside Chamber greatly opposes the new VMT guidelines. This is in direct conflict with the county's general plan, does not comply with the state VMT guidance, does not provide input from the public, and will end any chance for market rate housing in the unincorporated areas of San Diego. With our current housing shortage, now is not the time to make it more difficult to build housing to meet the demands. This is not in line with your own mandate for the county to be inclusive and equitable. After listening to the county's presentation on the VMT policy changes, the graph showed how the proposed changes will negatively affect current business development and will increase the cost for housing development in Lakeside, making housing unaffordable. One of the best solutions for congestion on our freeways and pollution is to create business hubs in East County, creating jobs locally to prevent commuting and reduce pollution. If there's not enough housing for our business employees, they will not invest in expanding or bringing new business to East County. These changes are not in the best interest of any district. The Lakeside Chamber urges you to please follow your own objectives of being inclusive and equitable and vote against changing the VMT policy. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next call is 2809. 2809, please press *6 to
you say 2809?
Yes.
This is Dr. Peter Anderson with Sierra Club. I'm a resident of Hamul. This is not a choice between housing and the environment. This is a choice between correctly implementing Senate Bill 743, which only the regional approach successfully does. Sierra Club has approved a project for 3,000 homes in Otay Mesa. We supported SCSU West. We're supporting redevelopment along Morena Boulevard. New housing should be located near transportation. It shouldn't be located out in the backcountry. Development of the backcountry increases air pollution and imperils the health of our residents. It increases traffic. It increases greenhouse gas. And worst of all, it increases the chance of fire. Now, we haven't heard about fire today, but I've been privy to the county maps, and I urge them, your staff, to share it with the Board of Supervisors, because all the high VMT areas are virtually identical to all of the very high fire areas of the county. We want housing, but we don't want our housing to burn down and taking a lot of existing residents and open space with it. So please use the regional housing approach, regional VMT approach. That's what Sierra Club favors. It's the only thing that successfully implements 743. It's the only thing that stops traffic. It doesn't impede housing that can be built in already developed areas of the county. And worst of all, not adopting the regional approach will increase fire. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Our next caller is 8588. 8588. Please press star 6 to unmute.
Are you able to hear me?
Yes.
Hi, good morning. My name is Malik Thornton. I'm with the San Diego Housing Coalition, and I'm also a resident in East County. I want to thank the Board of Supervisors for the opportunity to speak today on this item. San Diego County, as we all know, is facing a serious housing shortage. And we need the county to implement policies to help increase the amount of housing so we can meet our goals. For many years, San Diego County's general plan has not met its housing projections. If the board decides to go with the SANDAG regional option for evaluating vehicle miles traveled, it will reduce dwelling unit capacity and worsen the housing shortage, which has been affecting lower income, BIPOC, and Latino communities for decades. The county needs to work on making San Diego County inclusive with policies that protect housing for all residents in the county. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next caller is 5191. 5191. Please press star 6 to unmute.
Hi, my name is Gilman Bishop. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Excellent. I asked Teresa to open up a 2-page PowerPoint that I emailed to her. Could you do that during the meeting?
It is on the screen. Thank you, sir. You may proceed.
Okay, thank you. I am a local apartment developer here in San Diego County, doing business for the last 20 years. I'm the chair of the BIA's Urban Housing Council here in San Diego, as well as an active participant in the Chamber of Commerce's Infrastructure, Housing, and Land Use Committee. I want to simply provide an example of how flawed the VMT efficiency analysis will be if we try and utilize the regional analysis versus the unincorporated. If you look at this example of 425 Smilex Road Townhome Development, which was recently approved unanimously by the Board of Supervisors, this project fails under the new proposed VMT analysis. Can you go to the second slide now? This is really what I think is powerful. If you look at the trolley stop, walking distance to Smilex Road, all 4 of the parcels, census tracts that are adjacent to that trolley stop fail if you utilized the regional VMT calculation, whereas all of them pass if you use the unincorporated, but just barely. So I use this as a visual demonstration that obviously it's flawed for us to use an analysis for VMT efficiency if you can't even build housing along the multi-million-dollar trolley stops that we've provided to the community. So I encourage you to go with the unincorporated area VMT calculation so that we have a chance to build housing for future generations. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next caller is 4323. 4323, please press *6 to unmute.
Good morning, Chair Fletcher and Board. Bill Tippett. I'm also speaking on behalf of the Southwest Wetlands Interpretive Association. We believe that the county's current VMT reduction plan will not achieve the SB 743 goals, which your staff has outlined, including reducing greenhouse gas emissions, encouraging infill development, and improving active transportation. We agree that staff must be directed to develop a new approach and that the public must be given full amount of time to evaluate it. Even today, we've got new numbers that we didn't see 3 or 4 weeks ago in the staff presentation that night. Vehicle transportation, which is largely the result of past low-density development in the county, is the county's largest source of GHG emissions, and the average daily VMT per capita is 35% higher than the statewide average. And the staff has noted, the new regional transportation plan will significantly alter this region's future development patterns and transportation system and infrastructure, reflecting changes in demographics and transportation realities. And this will support improving the county's ability to reduce VMT. We've recommended that a VMT baseline threshold that is much closer to the regional average and a reduced AVT screening criterion. We believe that the county's new approach can balance VMT reduction with complementary approaches that promote smart and affordable housing and development. Last, regarding the hypothetical mitigation cost examples, calling mitigation a housing killer is without merit. Just because a project may be subject to mitigation does not make it not general plan compliant. Keep in mind that the county has not proposed an actual mitigation element to the current TSG. The new RTP SDS will greatly affect mitigation options and costs. And even as the staff's own report shows, using even the unincorporated base threshold can result in substantial mitigation costs. That hasn't even been shown to the public, but it's in one of your handouts. We really want to work with the housing communities, the county staff, and the environmental community to make this work. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next caller is 7396. 7396, please press *6 to unmute. (7396). Please press *6 to unmute. We'll come back. Our next caller is 2694. 2694, please press *6 to unmute.
Hi, this is, can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Hi, yes, thank you, board, for giving me the opportunity to speak. My name is JP Tavares. I'm calling in on behalf of Juntos Crecemos San Diego and Grow the San Diego Way, coalition of pro-housing, pro-environment advocates for a better, more equitable San Diego region. I think everyone, aside from maybe some Northern California AstroTurf groups, understand that we have the climate crisis. It's well established that it's disproportionately impacting lower income communities. For example, communities of color have the highest mortality and hospitalization rates due to heat waves, which is predicted to increase 16-fold for African Americans and 12-fold for Latinos within our children's lifetimes. Wildfire losses, respiratory diseases due to vehicular pollution, and other climate-related impacts also disproportionately impact communities of color. In California, our goal is to reduce emissions, but it's been stymied by decades of bad land use and mobility decisions. Transportation emissions are rising as a result. The only way to reduce VMTs, according to a recent landmark study by UC Berkeley, is to increase the jobs housing balance that can only be accomplished by building more infill. Sprawl has the opposite effect. The damage that sprawl does is not just VMT related, it's not just environmental either. According to the latest research, sprawl reduces opportunity and wealth for low-income households in a number of ways. It reduces job accessibility by forcing lower-income households to live far from job centers and thus job opportunities. It creates more segregation by creating more dispersion. The Brookings Institute showed that urban growth boundaries, which focus on infill, actually decrease segregation as income diversity is a byproduct of producing more infill and less sprawl. And then a recent study by University of Utah showed that upward mobility increases with more infill-oriented development pattern. A child born in the bottom fifth of the income bracket has 41% more opportunity to reach the top fifth in compact areas versus sprawled areas. In addition, there's a wide body of research that shows that workforce households that have to move further out to afford housing actually end up spending more when you take into account the significant rise in transportation costs. This is known by HUD as location affordability. I would like to encourage the board to look at region-wide VMT thresholds, but scale the mitigation fees.
Our next speaker is 7722. 7722. Please press *6 to unmute.
Good morning, Chair Fletcher and supervisors. My name is Frank Hilliker. I own a small little egg farm out in East County. Wow, VMT, that's a really big thing. So I understand that that we do have issues with carbon, but I also understand that we need to be able to develop our property if need be, as in expand. And you know, by my calculations, according to what I saw from the county, and I could be wrong, but if I were to do any expansion, it would cost me millions of dollars just in VMT fees. During the county presentation that I saw, it said in this presentation that VMT was infeasible. Again, infeasible. So that means that a lot of small family farmers that are trying to expand their farms would have a really rough time being able to do it. I figure it'd be a 30 or 40-year payback. Currently, VMT isn't tied to the Climate Action Plan. And, you know, the Climate Action Plan is here, it's coming. So if we tie it to the Climate Action Plan and maybe we get some offsets, it might really help. You know, VMT is just not equitable or just. It's borderline racist. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next caller is 2921. 2921. Please press *6 to unmute.
Good morning, Chair Fletcher, Vice Chair Vargas, and supervisors. I am Carolina Martinez with the Environmental Health Coalition. We support the proposed regional VMT boundary. As you all know, we work with low-income communities of color in the San Diego region. We know that climate and housing are both our biggest priorities. It turns out environmental justice communities are at the front lines of both crises, and we cannot afford to prioritize one over the other. It turns out our house is literally burning. And so we need to change that. And currently the County of San Diego is not in compliance with SB 743. The new Board of Supervisors has a big opportunity to change that by directing staff to propose realistic solutions for the county's transportation and housing needs. And so here are some ideas. We ask that you collaborate strongly with SANDAG to ensure we transform our transit system through the regional transportation plan, and that you pay close attention to the first 5-year strategies. We can no longer afford to wait decades for real greenhouse gas emission reductions. We also ask that you support and fund community land trust strategies, establish a housing equity working group of local experts and community members to identify real solutions so that we could transform our region. And finally, we want to highlight that lax environmental regulations actually exacerbate the climate crisis as well as the housing crisis. So we ask that you support the new regional boundary so that we can comply with SB 743. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next caller is 4190. 4109.
Hi, this is Hannah Bay. I'm the Executive Director of the San Diego County Farm Bureau. Agriculture is clearly the land use that deserves to grow and expand in the unincorporated county of San Diego. Agriculture is required for the survival of humanity. It feeds us, it purifies the air you breathe, it sequesters carbon. Agriculture is aesthetically pleasing. It enormously benefits the economy, and it's a crucial component for a vibrant, healthy community. Over the last year, agritourism operations served as the only safe space during this pandemic where San Diego residents could get outdoors safely with their family to relax and enjoy the natural environment while de-stressing from the highly built urban environment. We need to encourage agriculture. We need to permit agriculture, and we need to expand agriculture. The County of San Diego has told the farming community that moving forward with your VMT analysis under any of the scenarios proposed will result in agritourism operations such as wineries having to pay up to $14 million in permitting fees. The County of San Diego has also told the farming community that moving forward with the VMT under any of the scenarios will result in by right agricultural operations such as nurseries potentially having to pay millions in mitigation fees if they are appealed during the permitting process. Beyond that, this proposal is entirely going to halt the ability for farm owners to construct and build farm worker housing on our farms. The proposal is going to kill agriculture in an unincorporated county if we cannot carve out a path to properly address this land use. Agriculture, the environmentally beneficial, the greenhouse gas sink, the suitable for unincorporated County of San Diego land use. The agricultural industry deserves special treatments and exemptions when it relates to VMT because no other industries provide the socioeconomic benefits. Thank you. We appreciate your time.
Thank you. Our next caller is 5919. 5919. Please press *6 to unmute.
Good morning, Chairman Fletcher, members of the Board of Supervisors. Eric Bruvold from the San Diego North Economic Development Council. You've gotten the coalition's letter, and which outlines some going forward steps, but I really want, in sort of all the technical and arcane worlds of this, I want us to focus on one key fact, which is that over the past decade, San Diego County has added 270,000 jobs. Lots of reasons why. Navy making a commitment here, our universities growing, our innovation economy continuing to do well, continued investments in tourism for both reasons for creating jobs as well as local government's fiscal need for that TOT revenue. But we've only built about 60,000 homes. And so that means for every 4.6 jobs net added to the county, they've chased that one home. Now, those people don't get beamed up to the Starship Enterprise at night. If there's not housing here in San Diego, they get on the road and travel I-15, putting significant VMT onto our meta region's transportation infrastructure and emitting GHGs far in excess of what they would do to a home built in the unincorporated county. I just have to urge you that when you think about this, look at the meta picture, which is that we have not built enough housing in this region to support the robust job growth that all of us, both those on each side of this issue, have want and benefit from. And so I would urge you to continue to hold the line with a unincorporated average, keep the screening threshold where it is, and don't move forward, at least at a minimum, until we hear from OPR. Finally, I should say, I really want to thank Chairman Fletcher and the other members of the Board of Supervisors for the amount of time that they've spent listening on this issue and for making their staff available, really countless meetings to try and hammer out what this policy would mean. Thank you and good luck.
Thank you. Our next caller is 1925. 1925, please press *6 to unmute. 1925.
Good morning. My name is Rita Clement, and I'm a volunteer with San Diego 350 and the San Diego Green New Deal Alliance. I live in Nora Vargas's District 1 in Chula Vista. I am speaking in favor of item number 1, approach to meeting SB 743 development and transportation goals. Senate Bill 743 was passed into law in 2013. As you know, 8 years have passed since 2013. We need to work with real estate developers in the building industry to solve the existing climate crisis. Otherwise, our children and grandchildren will continue to not be able to afford to buy a home or rent an apartment. We need infill housing near transit and our job centers. Why would we want to continue to pollute the air we breathe by not following the guidance provided by Senate Bill 743? Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is 5034. 5034. Please press *6 to unmute. 5034.
Hello. My name is David Grubb. I would urge you to direct your staff to answer the most important question, which is, what is a reasonable threshold of significance for VMT in San Diego County? That is, what value would do the best job of separating infill from sprawl and balancing the need for more housing with the need to reduce driving? So I would urge you to direct your staff to work with stakeholder groups and return in August with recommendations on a threshold of significance for VMT and a small project screening criteria, and to back them up with substantial evidence. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next caller is 0728. 0728. Please press *6 to unmute. It looks like we just lost that caller. Our next caller is 7485. 7485. Please press *6 to unmute.
Yes, my name is David Sossaman. In 1999, my family, we built a house on 10 acres east of Ramona along Highway 78. On our house, we have a 6.5 kilowatt solar system that greatly reduces our dependence on non-renewable energy. We also have 2 acres of extremely sensitive riparian habitat and watershed that's right along the highway. We don't do anything with that property because we want to provide habitat for all the wildlife that live there, but we also pay taxes on it that we don't use. It also provides a buffer for the exhaust from all the cars that drive up to Julian and out to the country that come from San Diego and the beach cities. And we have our daughter and son-in-law moved to Phoenix for work and find affordable housing. They bought a house similar to some friends of ours in Carlsbad in North Phoenix for 70% less than what our friends in Carlsbad paid, because of there's not all these ridiculous fees. Based on what I heard from county staff, at $190,000 additionally on a house, they will never be able to move back here like they plan on and buy a piece of property or buy a house, which means our family won't be together. We'll have to move. So these fees and all these things that come up, they have an impact. We're not the chest beaters or the ones that come around and wave sign type environmentalists. We're the quiet environmentalists like most people are. We're environmentalists that we follow our environmental concerns with both our labor and our cost of taxes that we pay. And this is going to have a strong impact on the rest of us and our neighbors and our families. So we encourage you to either leave it the same or reduce this fee. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next caller is 4007. 4007.
Hello. Thank you, Board of Supervisors, for allowing me to speak today. Today, the board will decide on how to evaluate the vehicle miles traveled.
Sir.
And I would like to urge the Board of Supervisors to choose a direction where there will be more housing options and not less. If the board decides to go with the sandbag regional option, it will reduce dwelling unit capacity. The county needs to work on addressing the housing shortage. Thank you for your time.
Can you please state your name for the audio record?
Oh, and my name is Alejandro Salcedo, and I'm part of the San Diego Housing Coalition.
Thank you.
Apologies.
Thank you. Our next caller is 5785. 5785. Please press *6 to unmute. 5785. Please press *6.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, good morning, Board of Supervisors. Good morning, Chair Fletcher and Vice Chair Nora. My name is Johan with the San Diego Housing Coalition. And I want to thank the Board of Supervisors for this opportunity to speak today. Today the board will decide how they will evaluate vehicle miles traveled. We'd like the Board of Supervisors to move towards a VMT geographic boundary that allows for more options to build housing instead of the sandbag regional option, which limits the number of units that can be built. We're currently facing a housing shortage, and the board should be working towards increasing a housing stock and not enacting policies that will affect first-time buyers and lower income BIPOC and Latino communities. We understand that it's difficult to balance the environment and increase our housing stock, but also our communities also deserve the opportunities to own homes here in the region. I sent in a letter earlier today. Please advise if you have any questions. Hope you have a great day, and thank you so much.
Thank you. Our next caller is 1785. 1785. Please press *6 to unmute. 1785. Please press *6 to unmute. All right, we'll come back. Our next caller is 6979. 6979. Please press *6 to unmute.
Good morning, Supervisors. This is Pam Hetherington speaking on behalf of the Environmental Center of San Diego. Thank you for the opportunity to remind you that the objective of SB 743 is to incentivize infill and discourage sprawl. We know you've received many letters from the building industry in favor of sprawl scenarios. Please be mindful that these are the same builders that rarely, if ever, include low-cost housing in their developments. How you direct staff today needs to be a win-win for all San Diegans, public health, the climate emergency, and future generations. We sincerely thank you for your deliberations.
Thank you. Our next caller will be 0781. 0781. Please press *6 to unmute.
Good morning, Supervisors. This is Steve Ruffner representing KB Home. Several people have already talked about our SmileX project that you guys reviewed a few months ago and unanimously approved. It is an infill project. It has the most capable GHG climate-friendly homes that can be built. Our project, under the new guidelines that if you adopt them, would need to be mitigated. And the cost of that mitigation would be between $3.7 million and $8 million, making our $500,000 townhomes now $700,000, and no one will be able to afford them in the middle class. We specialize in middle class housing. This is not just about rural housing. This affects infill, and it really needs to be looked at carefully by the board. Thank you for considering us.
Thank you. Our next caller is 5515. 5515. Please press *6 to unmute. 5515. Please press *6 to unmute. We will come back. Our next caller is 5195. 5195. Please press *6 to unmute.
Hi, my name is Mark Ellis, and thank you for allowing me to comment today on this very important issue about VMT. We need more housing, not less. And if the VMT gets changed, it's going to kill up to about 70% of the previously approved projects in San Diego County. And also with additional development fees, it'll increase to the degree that new housing could not be built affordably. This would have also a really bad effect on the county's RHNA numbers. So bottom line is we need more lower to middle income housing, which would not be built if you change this to a regional boundary. Please do not allow this to take place. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next caller is 8820. 8820. Please press *6 if you'd like to speak on this item.
Good morning, Supervisors and Chair Fletcher. This is Jim O'Callahan with the South County EDC. I want to first thank you and your staff for all the time that you've put into discussing this with all sides of the issue. When considering how the VMT is calculated, we ask that any actions that are taken help protect the ability to provide housing for our region. This decision will have long-lasting implications on the future of affordable and accessible housing. Over the course of studying the issue, we've seen, and you've heard from several people, the impact of implementing a region-wide standard would have. It's important to understand that as we've seen the giant spike in housing prices here and the less demand, the less availability of affordable housing, this will only continue if we restrict and add a tremendous amount of fees to each project. We look forward to working with you as we help, both sides have worked tremendously to bring great jobs to the community. And it's important that we continue to focus on how to house the employees for these great companies. So I appreciate your consideration and look forward to working with you on the issue.
Thank you. Recalling 7396. 7396, please press *6 to unmute.
Good morning. My name is Carla Farley, and I am the 2021 president of the Greater San Diego Association of Realtors. I speak in opposition of this measure today. As a mother, grandmother, and lifelong resident of our communities south of the 8 here in San Diego, I take great pride in my decades of work as a real estate professional, helping those in my community realize their dream of home ownership. The benefits of home ownership are many and should not be limited to the wealthy or reserved for a particular race. During the month of April, the median sales price was up 24.4% to a staggering number of 840,000, for detached homes, and 21.8% to 530 for an attached home. These prices are largely driven by record low inventory, which continues to plague our region. The primary issue is our inability to produce the housing needed to keep pace with demand. What we found at the time of our last regional study, where we produced approximately 50% of housing needs for our region, what's more, middle income housing production is nearly non-existent, and it continues to be that way. Today, we are surprised to learn that the Board of Supervisors may be considering a modification to the vehicle miles traveled regulation, imposing regional calculations that would establish a de facto moratorium on new housing developments on county lands. Had it been previously enacted, the more stringent definition VNT would have prevented the previously approved housing projects on county lands. And this includes the recently approved SIMLAC project, which was approved unanimous support by you, the Board Supervisors. This would have gone so far as to prevent the county from its regional housing needs assessments as well, and added an additional $50,000 to $900,000 in mitigation fees. Mr. Chair, it is clear that we would not move forward. I appreciate your willingness to look at this, and we speak against it. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next call, recalling 1785. 1785, please press *6 to unmute. 1785, please press *6 to unmute. Recalling 5515. 5515.
Good morning. My name is Heather Riley. I'm an attorney at Allen Matkins, and normally I'd be appearing here on behalf of one of my clients, but today I'm actually appearing on behalf of myself to provide feedback on the VNT proposal. I don't need to repeat all of the comments you've heard and all of the objections, but I am here to urge you not to make this change. I appreciated Chairman Fletcher's comments at the beginning of this item. We do have a housing crisis. We do have a climate change crisis, but I think the current proposal is setting up a lose-lose battle. I disagree that this is a false choice. I believe there is a very real problem with housing and climate change, but I don't think this is the right solution. This current proposal sacrifices housing, but it will not solve GHG emissions. The people who cannot purchase homes in San Diego County will move further and further away. They will move outside of San Diego County and they will commute back in, resulting in even more emissions. The statistics that have been presented today by staff are absolutely astonishing. Removing the available units when we're already struggling to provide adequate housing and meet the RHNA numbers is just ludicrous. I oppose this change and I urge you not to take any action today. Thank you.
Thank you. And I'll call one more time for 1785. 1785, please press *6 to unmute. 178.
Yes. Yes, hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Good, finally. My name is Craig Jones. The county's current VMT standards encourage more suburban type development in rural outlying areas. I want to speak to the issue of housing equity related to this. Development interests argue that more sprawl is necessary to provide housing to address our current housing inequity. That building more and more in rural areas will somehow provide affordable housing to those who need it the most. This is a trickle-down theory, which is false. If this worked, we would have affordable housing now. The LA area and the Bay Areas would be affordable, which they are not. Sprawl is inherently inequitable, creating housing which is unaffordable. Not only are the housing prices out of the range of those who need it most, but it imposes cost to travel to further away employment. It imposes household costs in dependence on having to own and maintain more cars and travel further to get anywhere. Sprawl sucks support and maintenance from our existing communities, which need more reinvestment. Sprawl requires the county to devote more of its resources to maintaining these sprawl rural outlying areas. And sprawl is inherently and often consciously racist. It is white flight in operation, creating social, educational, economic, and housing segregation. Not to mention that sprawl creates more climate change, and the impacts of climate change are first and worst on our underserved communities. We grassroots community voices don't have the deep pockets of vested moneyed interests. We hope that this board will listen to our voices at least as equally as to funded campaigns. I urge this board to direct staff to implement VMT standards based on the combined regional baseline and standards that will not encourage further damage sprawl. Thank you.
Thank you, and that concludes public comment on this item, Chair Fletcher.
All right, thank you. Thank you to everyone who called in. I've got a number of questions and comments, but let me go first to my colleagues. I want to thank staff for the work. This is a Herculean undertaking and really is a transformation of how we do housing, and so we've got a lot more work to do. We're not there, and I think we're going to have a lot more to do, but I appreciate the work that's gone into what we're doing. Let's go to my colleagues. I see Supervisor Lawson-Remer has a request to speak. I suspect others will have comments as well. I think if we can kind of have a little board deliberation and take some notes and maybe see if we can crystallize a board action with a number of things folks would like to see explored. We can try and work through this and carry on. So let me go first to Supervisor Lawson-Remer.
Thank you so much. And I have quite a bit to say on this, given the importance of this issue. I just want to begin by putting on the table my two main priorities here, which is first to take immediate action to address the climate crisis. And secondly is to dramatically increase affordable housing in our community, and doing this all while creating good jobs for working families. This is the platform I ran on: climate change and affordable housing to deliver shared opportunities for this and future generations. These are my policy lodestars and are driving the way I'm thinking about this today. So I first want to thank all the organizations and individuals who expressed their support today for bold action to align incentives to dramatically reduce greenhouse gas emissions and dramatically increase affordable housing. To get the incentives right so that it's less expensive to build affordable homes in high density and low VMT areas and high VMT areas, and ensure we're not subsidizing high carbon emission sprawl development. I specifically would like to thank CPI and the ISDF Coalition, Climate Action Campaign, Endangered Habitats League, Coastal Environment Rights Foundation, Southwest Wetlands, Interpretive Association, San Diego 350, and the Quality of Life Coalition. And I especially want to thank the Environmental Health Coalition for their letter. The potential measures and mitigations listed in that submission are really fantastic. I think it's a bold and a transformative agenda, and I look forward to working with everyone to try to integrate them into phase 2 of the Transportation Study Guide. So just speaking specifically about SB 743, it is clearly a departure from business as usual, and that is its intent. It's important to contextualize this bill so we better understand the question in front of us today. Practically speaking, SB 743 replaces the level of service analysis, which discouraged and inhibited transit supportive development, with a VMT analysis, which incentivizes transit supportive infill and discourages high VMT sprawl. So in adopting SB 743, it was the intent of the legislature to encourage building infill housing and mixed use commercial developments within walking distance of transit downtowns. More than 40% of carbon emissions in San Diego County come from cars idling in traffic. Vehicle miles traveled are the core cause of our carbon emissions here and our local contribution to the climate crisis. The more cars on the roads commuting to work from far-flung SPAR development is also creating a local traffic crisis, which we will experience once again as we get out of COVID. Moreover, the people most in need of affordable housing often cannot afford a car, and the McMansion sprawl homes that are built in far-flung areas are not affordable. Small sprawl development in San Diego is worsening our quality of life, worsening our climate crisis, and not advancing the imperative of building affordable homes. So if we believe in tackling climate change, if we believe in environmental justice, if we believe that working families deserve to live near transit and schools and other amenities, and that our children all deserve to breathe clean air, then we all must be enthusiastic supporters of SB 743. So now to the technical issues facing us today. OPR's technical advisory is unequivocal with regard to the baseline. It says, quote, for residential projects in unincorporated areas, the local agency can compare a residential project's VMT to 1, the region's VMT per capita, or 2, the aggregate population weighted VMT per capita of all cities in the region. In other words, that is a regional baseline methodology for determining VMT threshold. We can wait a month or two for the courts to mandate we act, or for OPR to return with clear guidelines so there is no more perceived discretion at the county level, or we can act now. But either way, sooner rather than later, we are going to legally have to take a regional approach relatively soon. On the other hand, while I tend to agree with many in the environmental community that a 110 ADT screening threshold exempts many potential projects, OPR guidance is also equally clear about the 110 threshold, that is the appropriate threshold. In short, I think there are strong arguments at this moment for just aligning with OPR. There is, at the same time, enormous value to incentivizing affordable housing across our community. We must make sure we are sending a clear signal to everyone that moving forward, our new county leadership will be a strong partner in expanding opportunities to build affordable and attainable homes near jobs, schools, and transit. And we'll be standing strongly opposed to sprawl development that builds expensive homes in wildfire areas, exacerbates climate impacts on all of us, especially low-income families, pollutes our air and water, and destroys our quality of life and our planet. So while I think the wise thing to do today is just align with SB 743, as we will have to do eventually, I'm also potentially interested in exploring various approaches that exempt affordable housing from the VMT requirements. Specifically, if 40% of the units are at 60 AMI or 60% of the units are at 80 AMI, perhaps that would be an option we could explore to incentivize affordable housing by exempting these kinds of projects that meet either of these criteria. Over the coming year, I will be working with colleagues and stakeholders and across jurisdictions to develop ambitious, transformative, and equitable solutions to our affordable housing crisis. So if you are listening and you would like to be part of this transformative effort, please contact me and let me know, because I will need help in thinking outside the box to drive these big solutions to our region's most pressing challenges. Likewise, as an economist, I'm very interested in the most efficient and effective ways we could mitigate for VMTs. One approach is a regional approach, so that a development would not need to mitigate for VMTs within their own project, but would instead be able to look for VMT mitigation opportunities region-wide across the county. I do think it's important to note and to acknowledge that many of the stakeholders demanding today that we do not comply with SB 743 and we do not comply with OPR technical guidance are also the same folks who opposed SB 743 itself when it was in the legislature. So I do take their opposition with a grain of salt. I would like to return to my most important policy priorities and taking immediate effective action to address the climate crisis and dramatically increasing affordable housing in San Diego County while creating good jobs for working families. Our society's failure to provide working families with affordable, sustainable, equitable, transit-supportive, amenities-rich housing is shameful and unacceptable. I am committed to doing everything in our power to remedy this. And our society's failure to act with urgency to address our climate crisis, instead of choosing to subsidize windfall profits for big developers at the expense of young people and future generations, at the expense of wildfires and floods and coral reef die-offs and fishery collapse, and their irreversible decimation of the only planet that we can live on and call home, is also a reprehensible moral failing. I'm against stick-built, slab-on-grade, low-density leapfrog developments built with non-union labor that award massive upzoning windfall profits to private developers bulldozing our community. I'm in favor of protecting our climate and our planet for young people and future generations, in favor of affordable housing near jobs and schools and transit, in favor of good jobs for working families, and in favor of a regional planning approach that prioritizes sustainability, climate justice, and environmental justice. I look forward to hearing what my colleagues have to say today, and thank you very much for everyone who's called in on this important issue.
Thank you, Supervisor Lawson-Remer. Let's go to Vice Chair Vargas.
I am absolutely in support of making sure that we reduce our greenhouse emissions by ending sprawl development and protecting San Diego's wild open spaces. I also understand that bold steps are necessary to slow down climate change, and I also believe that understanding the economic impact of these decisions is important to our constituents. While I understand that the fiscal impact of the county is, as a body of government, is not impacted by this decision, we have heard from various groups that believe that this decision will have unintended economic impact. I believe it's important for further study the economic impacts of the region by taking bold steps. I would also want to see additional mitigation measures to balance out the impact to businesses and housing developments. For instance, we can study increase in land use densities and broadening possible land uses within VMT efficiency areas to allow homes or businesses to easily exist in these areas. We may also study ways to reduce government bureaucracy by creating a by right permit process for housing and commence within VMT efficiency areas. I think what is evident here is that this community and this county is in dire need for transit infrastructure. I mean, I am very honored to serve as the chair of transportation for Sandag and will continue to advocate. I have heard firsthand from our communities, and I really want to make sure that as we're focusing on supporting our economic development and really looking at things from an economic justice, that we ensure our communities have a chance to build wealth by becoming first-time buyers, which is one of the few ways that our communities actually have access to these opportunities. And so I think what COVID-19 has showed us all is that our communities of color are disproportionately impacted by the economic barriers and disparities, and we can't return to the status quo. So as we move forward in our decision today, I would ask staff to have an evaluation of an approach to fees done in order for us to work with both developers and environmental groups. And I think this would allow us to explore a middle ground for mitigation costs that will be coming in the future to the board. So along with the mitigation, I want to ask staff to look at how we create exceptions for affordable and middle income housing units as well as agriculture and other contracts. And so I look forward to hearing the rest of my colleagues and coming to.
Before we leave, Vice Chair, I just want to can you just restate each of the areas you want explored? I just want to make sure we get a comprehensive list so we can consolidate it clearly for staff at the end.
I have it here. So making sure that we obviously look at the study, right? So we want to see mitigation resources to balance out the impact of businesses and housing developments. We can study the increase of land use densities and broadening possible land uses with VMT efficiency areas.
Okay, so looking at land use.
Land use,
Land use densities in VMT areas.
Yeah, and really, allow homes and businesses in that area. And we also could study the government bureaucracy through the by right permit
process in VMT
for housing.
efficiency.
And then the other one is just really looking at how do we bring developers in?
Affordable and middle income. Okay.
Yeah. What's important, I think, one of the things that is really critical for me is that we're looking at not only affordable housing, but middle income housing units as well, particularly for my district is a really important issue.
Got it. Okay, I got those. Let's go to Supervisor Anderson. Whenever you're ready, Supervisor Anderson.
Supervisor Anderson, it appears you're on mute.
You know what? I had a great speech. I'm sorry you missed it. Now that I'm unmuted, I'll say it again.
I am too. I'm sure you can redo it. It's always better the second time.
So I have a couple questions for staff. Are we compliant with SB 743? Like right now, with what we have on the books, are we compliant with it?
I think that's probably more of a county council question. But
that works too.
It's still staff. I'm just directing it to the right staff person.
Sure.
Supervisor Anderson, that is currently an issue in the litigation for the challenge to the 2020 TSG approval. It's been our position that we do comply with SB 743 in that litigation.
Based on one of the slides, we saw what other counties are doing. Are we doing something similar that other counties are doing that are compliant, or are they all being sued?
We pull that slide up while Supervisor Anderson asked this question, the slide with other jurisdictions. Just Supervisor Anderson, I think to inform your question would be helpful for us to be able to see that.
Yeah, terrific. I think that's really helpful.
So I guess the question on this, to Supervisor Anderson's very astute point, and this was an area I think a lot of us have thought about. You have some of these that appear, Santa Barbara obviously is kind of where we are, but Sacramento, Riverside County, others, City of San Diego, and countywide regional. So I guess the question from a legal standpoint is, are the other ones that are unincorporated only facing legal challenges, or is it just us, or do we not know?
I'd ask Senior Deputy County Counsel Brooke Miller to answer that question.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. SB 743 doesn't actually include a specific threshold of significance. So the CEQA guidelines actually provide that lead agencies can determine an appropriate threshold of significance based on substantial evidence. So all these counties have presumably gone through that process. Not all jurisdictions have adopted thresholds of significance, but these are a set that has done that. And we are not aware of any that have been challenged.
Got it.
So just to clarify, sorry. So we have 1, 2, 3 who are taking a regional approach, and 1, 2, 3 who are taking an unincorporated approach.
The slide says.
Yeah.
That is what is on the slide. How does the OPR guidance factor into this from a law standpoint?
Nathan, if it's still on my time, I'd like to finish my school of thought here before we start moving and interrupting me, if you don't mind.
Go ahead, Supervisor.
And I'm not. I do have a point of where I'm trying to head. So my next question is: does OPR give us the discretion to choose our own geography plan? So I see on this slide that Sacramento County, which I'm very sensitive to because that's where the governor lives, has the regional average the same as we do. No. I'm just looking, we've been told by a colleague that we have to make a change, and yet, while I appreciate her opinion, I'm not sure that that's what, I just want to get the facts, not the opinions. So
But I mean, with all due respect, Supervisor Anderson, I think that's the problem, is that right now it's all opinions. We've got opinions of different actors and no binding ruling. And what I'm saying is that within the next couple months, we will have a binding ruling. We'll know. So it's like, we're going to get there. Right now, there is no way to say with certainty what that legal guidance is because it hasn't come out. So, I think it's pretty clear where the water is flowing. If you guys don't want to believe me, you can wait 2 months, but we're going to get there.
Supervisor Anderson, I'm going to give.
May I finish?
Yeah, let me have council answer your actual question, and then we'll come back to you to finish. But one clarifying: we're not where Sacramento is. Sacramento has a regional average. We have an unincorporated average. We are where Placer and Santa Barbara are. Sacramento. Okay. Riverside, City of San Diego are at a regional average, so it is a little distinction. But let me ask Brooke to just comment on the OPR guidance versus kind of what we're thinking.
Of course, the technical advisory itself states that it's not binding on public agencies.
Okay, perfect. Supervisor Anderson, back to you.
So if it's going to be decided in a couple months, why don't we come back in a couple months and cross that bridge when we get there? We're talking about crushing the spirits of a lot of people of color in my district by denying them access to housing. And the other part is we haven't identified where we're going to I'm sorry, there's a helicopter outside my window. We haven't identified where we're going to make up those housing. Do we know for a fact that Encinitas, Del Mar, La Jolla, all these communities are going to provide for the housing that we're going to lose? Or are we just going to tell people that you shouldn't have a right to housing and we're not going to give you that opportunity? And then what about the projects that are in progress that have been approved that we made a commitment to and now we're going to change the rules on them? Look, if this was tied to carbon, if there was a measurement like Climate Action Plan, I'd be all in. I support the Climate Action Plan. I support where we're going with it. But this doesn't measure anything. It doesn't take in consideration new technologies. We saw, Mr. Chair, can we bring up the slide again where it showed what it does and what doesn't count, where it shows that electric cars are not counted, and yet we know they lower the carbon? So I'm greatly concerned that this is smoke and mirrors. This is why people don't trust us, because we make up arbitrary rules that don't lead to better outcomes. So when you look at this and what VMT mitigation is, why was it not considering? So people in my district have no incentive to get an electric car because we're going to shut down the possibility of their kids living in their neighborhood. I just think that if we're not forced to do this, let's wait the 2 months. Let's wait to see what OPR says, and let's make a decision based in fact, not in what we are speculating. So, we're not under a huge pressure. I don't want to crush the spirit of those who wish to have home ownership. And I sure as heck want to increase electric cars, not decrease them by disincentivizing them. And I would be inclined to support this if Encinitas stepped forward and said, yeah, build some high-rise, low-income, and we now have a place where we're not losing housing. But we have a housing crisis. It doesn't impact those who are rich, who can afford to pay outrageous amounts. It impacts blue-collar workers in my district that carry a tool belt to work. And no matter what they do, no matter how they do it, their VMT is never going to change because their job location changes all the time. And whether they live on a beach or whether they live in East County, they still have to get in their car to get to their work site. And if we can get them by giving them encouragement and helping them with housing by including electric cars, electric trucks, and lowering the carbon, I think the goal should be lowering the carbon, increasing our quality of life for everyone, but not choosing winners and losers by saying middle income and low income housing is not going to exist. And when you look at the communities in my district, when you look at Lakeside, perhaps making another grocery store, a large grocery store, would keep people from driving to Santee to go to Costco because they'd have something similar closer to them. Or we may have a community where they have the grocery stores and the infrastructure, and they could put another 100 houses in, and we wouldn't impact the VMT because the services would be close to their village. We initially started with an idea that we're going to build villages up. Now, halfway through, before they're fully developed, we're going to pull the rug from under them, and we're telling these people, because they don't live on the coast, they don't count. And look, I'm not advocating that we create more pollution or don't accept saving the planet. What I'm saying is we have to do things where people can do the math, see that we're measuring carbon, we're lowering carbon, we're improving our communities without crushing people of color, without crushing poor people who all want the American dream of having the opportunity to purchase. That's my only point.
Thank you, Supervisor Anderson. And just for the record, I haven't heard anyone proposing soul crushing today. I think we're just looking at some options around how we can better understand what we're doing and chart a path forward. Supervisor Desmond.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I don't have the solution either, but I'm going to advocate for some type of a balance. Last year, the board provided direction and implemented the VMT program, and there's many projects in the pipeline right now under the current program, and it still is in compliance with everything that the state provided in SB 743. We're in compliance. And what was adopted was tough change, and it's much more restrictive than it was before. And unfortunately, it added costs to the price of the homes that are there now. So, I think it was the most sensible and reasonable of the choices. It accounts for the rural nature of the unincorporated areas. And I'm hearing, talk about sprawl and need to have more transit-oriented development. We're talking about the unincorporated area of the county. And our RENA numbers, requirements by SANDAG, is 6,700 units. So I'm hearing, we should have absolutely no building in the unincorporated areas. We should not be having, in fire areas or anything like that, or east of the 15. Yet we have a 6,700 housing unit requirement between now and 2028, which, if we go to the regional approach, there's no way we're going to ever get to that number at all. Luckily, there's no hammer at the end of that if we don't. But we've accepted this responsibility, and I hear about transit-oriented development. I think that's I was on the RENA subcommittee at SANDAG when we came up with these numbers, and our number used to be 22,000, and we got it down to 6,700. But transit-oriented development, rang true in a lot of people's minds, my own as well. I agree with that. But in the county, we have one rail transit stop, and that's located in my district just outside of Vista. And as was pointed out by one of the callers, that if we do go to the regional approach, not one of the parcels adjacent to that Sprinter station would be in a VMT efficient area. So I think, possibly something we might want to look at if we do go in the regional approach, which I'm not advocating for, but we have a carve out maybe for transit areas within a half mile or mile distance or whatever it may be, around our one rail transit stop up here in North County. So I would, ask staff to look into that if we do go regional, if there's any potential carve-outs that might benefit so that we could build transit-oriented development and housing. But so I think, we really should kind of keep to what we have and maybe improve on what we have. To accept the regional approach is just really going to hurt and just add more and more cost to projects through mitigation. And, we've already got the issue of, all this traffic coming up and down the 15. That's because people went to Temecula. They went to Hemet. They went, they're living in Riverside County because they can't afford San Diego County. So I think we have to, I get everybody's want or need to, we have to make our climate goals and we have to do our housing goals. And to me, if we go to this regional approach, we're going to be very, diminishing the amount of housing we can build. And I think we got to have a balance there. So I guess that's my only thoughts. I don't favor the regional approach, and I really think it's going to hurt us. And I agree with Supervisor Anderson. I hear about transit-oriented development. I look at all the coastal cities that the coaster goes through. I know Oceanside's doing a transit-oriented development at their coaster station there. They've got plans for housing, which is great. But some of the other communities along there, the very affluent communities where the cost of land is astronomical. It's going to be very hard and difficult to put transit. It's easy to say transit-oriented development, but it's not as easy to implement. So I guess I'm just looking for a balance. I don't know what that is, but hopefully I think we're going to have to wait until the OPR comes back with their guidance, and we just leave it as is right now and see what happens from them in a month or so. Thanks.
Thank you, Supervisor Desmond. I've got a couple questions for staff. One, can you address the questions that have been raised about people that are already in process, were in process maybe before we began the transition away from levels of service, and then people that were started in process where we are now with the unincorporated, and then can we address the thoughts surrounding that, just to provide some clarity if we have it?
Chair Fletcher, projects that are in process currently are subject to the unincorporated area average based on the currently adopted guidelines. Those projects will continue in process. If the board were to direct changes to the guidelines, the board could also provide direction to grandfather or allow those projects to continue to utilize the existing guidelines. And the changes to the guidelines would only apply to future projects submitted to the county.
Okay, thank you for that. I've got a question too. I just want to kind of level set for a second here. So if you're going to build a project in a VMT efficient area, set aside what the standard is. If you were going to build that same project under levels of service, you most certainly would be paying some cost to mitigate around levels of service. Is that correct?
Chair, that's correct.
And under this model, if you're in a VMT efficient area, you don't have to pay any cost to mitigate as a part of the official approval process.
Chair, in terms of VMT, the answer is no. However, based on our current guidelines, there is a requirement that they prepare a local mobility analysis, which looks at level of service. So they would still be required to potentially construct road improvements to facilitate the level of service analysis. But in terms of VMT, no, they would not be required to mitigate.
And that mobility assessment effort, that's our decision, meaning we don't have to require that.
That's correct. It's currently in the adopted guidelines, but the board could remove that component.
And is there anything in the OPR guidance that encourages that you do that? Because sure. isn't a part of this, and I get it would be shocking to not do that, right? But isn't a part of this, from my understanding of conceptually what we're trying to do, we're trying to lower the cost of building housing where it ought to go. And so if you build in a VMT efficient area, then you wouldn't have any required mitigation associated with that, which is designed to provide the incentive and lower the cost there, right?
That's correct, Chair. The board definitely has the discretion to remove that. In terms of the OPR guidance, they left it to local jurisdictions whether to implement an LMA or not.
Because in a way, I mean, conceptually, it's almost like we're taking the most burdensome part of two different systems and keeping them both. I mean, if we're going to move away from levels of service, I think we ought to contemplate moving away from levels of service, and that would provide a greater incentive to build in those VMT efficient areas. But we can assess that as we move forward and consider that as we move forward. My second question, though, is if you're going to build in a non-VMT efficient area, which means you're going to have some level of mitigation you have to do, you're going to have to pay a little bit to mitigate. But even if we didn't have this system, you would still be paying some level of service associated cost, right?
That's correct, Chair.
So it doesn't inherently, if we figure out the mitigation, either way, whether we were in the old world or in the new world, those projects are still going to have to pay some cost associated with mitigating their construction.
That's correct.
So I just think it's important, and we recognize here that you're doing a housing project. Prior to this, you had to pay to mitigate. Now, if you're doing a housing project after this, if you do it in the right areas, maybe there's no cost to mitigate at all, which would lower the cost associated with building that. And if you're not going to build in a VMT efficient area, you're going to have to pay some mitigation, but you would have had to pay the mitigation even if we hadn't transitioned to VMT. So I'm not sure conceptually, what we are doing is such a radical departure from what we did in terms of the cost associated with projects. Now, we got a lot of things we got to figure out before we know if that's a reality or not. But in some instances, I think we could be lowering the associated costs, particularly around incentivizing things. I have a question on the affordable housing component. It's basically said no further analysis needed. That was on 100% affordable projects, which means regardless of where they are, if they're 100% affordable, there is no VMT-related analysis or cost. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So that would be making it exponentially easier to build affordable housing than under the old system. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so we're lowering the cost of affordable housing. Let's be clear on that. My second question is, do we have some latitude? Because 100% affordable housing projects, I've got many of them going in my district, but it's maybe the exception, right? In general, you tend to get more mixed use, some affordable, some market rate. What is our latitude, do we know, about our ability to say no further analysis needed for a mix of affordable and market rate, similar to Supervisor Vargas's point she raised?
Chair, in the OPR guidance, they only exempted out 100% affordable housing projects. If the board wanted to exempt something less than 100%, that's something that staff could evaluate and come back to the board with various options to implement a program like that. What we would need to be able to demonstrate is to show that those same projects don't have VMT impacts. And if we can't demonstrate that, they would have to provide mitigation to reduce those impacts as much as possibly feasible. But we could evaluate those and return to the board with options.
Okay. Okay, what are the other categories? So I saw on there, no further analysis, 100% affordable, transit accessible areas. What are the other categories where there's no further analysis needed?
For example, the public facilities, Mark, I think.
Yeah, Chair Fletcher, we're going to pull up the slide right now. So it's located in a VMT efficient area is the first. The second is what's currently in the guidelines are small projects, which are considered 110 ADT or less. Locally serving under 50,000 square feet in size, that could be retail, some other type of service, and then public facilities as well, fire stations, things along those lines. Redevelopment that creates a greater VMT efficiency than what's currently there.
I see, so that's taking something and replacing it with something else.
That's correct.
Could that count infill development?
It certainly could.
So infill development could be exempt from any of this analysis and exempt from any of the mitigation costs?
If they can show that their VMT efficiency is greater with the proposed change.
Okay.
The 100% affordable housing projects, which we talked about, and then location in a transit accessible area, so in close proximity to a transit stop. Mm-hmm. In the unincorporated area, there is one in North County, which was mentioned by one of the speakers. For projects located in close proximity to that particular transit station, they would be able to move forward without any VMT analysis.
How does it work? MTS has bus lines that go to the unincorporated in Supervisor Anderson's district. So what counts as a transit accessible area?
Yeah, Chair Fletcher, there's sort of a definition in terms of frequency and headways of certain transit services, the type of transit service, but for the most part, it's considered kind of a major type transit service that would be serving a headway of service throughout the day that is considered substantial.
Okay, so look, I think we've got buses that go to areas, and I think that there's opportunity and options that if we were going to potentially create more areas where you could put housing, because again, if it's in a transit accessible area, you don't have to do any of this, right? So if we had potential development in an area, I have a high degree of confidence that an agency like MTS would be willing to figure out how we might meet that need. And so I think that's one of the areas, and I'll come back and articulate them together at the end, but I think we need to explore, there's a little chicken and the egg, right? I'm not gonna run a bus to an empty field. And if you tell me I gotta run a bus or that empty field can't become housing, then we're stuck. So how would we work it through where, hey, we're gonna take the empty field, and if you build the housing, we're gonna run the bus? And in order to get into this scenario, and I think that there would be potentially a lot of opportunities around things like that. And I think that is an area that we definitely need to explore on that. A question on our mitigation program. When you did the estimates on the mitigation, was that mitigating VMTs in the unincorporated exclusively? The analysis that you did on what it would cost to provide mitigation? Yeah, go ahead, Vice Chair Vargas.
So I just had a question to the previous comment that you made, because I was trying to figure out in terms of future projected transit corridors as well. So beyond MTS, right?
Yep.
So what does that look like in some of these areas as we're looking at the 5 big moves, et cetera, et cetera?
Perfect. Got it. Okay. So on the mitigation estimates you did, what were those? You have some analysis you did to come up with those rough costs.
Chair, that's correct. We looked at full mitigation. So this would be mitigating the project's entire VMT impact. There are potential options where the board could look at doing partial mitigation programs, but that would probably require further environmental analysis. And to answer your question directly, we looked at both. We looked at both an unincorporated only program and a regional program to mitigate VMTs. But the reason the costs were so high is we did look at a full mitigation program.
Wouldn't you just have to mitigate to get you below the threshold?
That's correct. And that's what would be considered full mitigation.
That'd be a full mitigation.
That's correct.
To get you below the threshold. Because, again, I mean, I think that there are potentially some opportunities. I mean, I'll give you an example at MTS. We can take a shoulder of a freeway. We've done this in certain instances. We've created a rapid bus lane utilizing a shoulder, right? We've worked with Caltrans, we've done it. Well, that is essentially creating a rapid bus lane, a new lane of freeway just to run buses on, but it's not an extraordinary cost. It's not the cost of laying rail and a 20-year timeline. It's not the cost of building a new lane. But I think that there are potentially a lot of creative opportunities where we could, for relatively low dollars, do things that I think could be quantified to have some significant impacts on VMTs. And so really thinking creatively about a regional mitigation bank of a variety of projects could, one, potentially lower the cost of VMT, but also if we do it right, and this is going to go into my next question, could theoretically create some more VMT efficient areas, right? Because if we build new areas that are along these transit corridors, then theoretically those VMT would be exponentially less associated with the project. So in my mind, if we do this right, we can create a mitigation bank that, as it gets funded and those projects get done, will create more VMT efficient areas, which would create more areas where you could more affordably build housing. And so I think that's important. And I'm interested in your comments on the sliding scale. There was a talk about sliding scale based on severity of you know, how out of line the project. I mean, any thoughts on that suggestion a public speaker raised?
Chair, I think that falls right in line with the potential to have some kind of partial mitigation program depending on proximity to the actual efficient areas. That's something we could definitely evaluate and bring back to the board as an option for consideration.
But we're also not limited under SB 743 that the VMT mitigation has to be in proximity to the actual project, right? I mean, it could be anywhere in the county?
That's correct.
Okay. My last question is, what is that process for reassessing VMT efficient areas? We've got a map up there right now, but if we go build new transit corridors, then when do we determine what becomes new VMT efficient areas?
Chair, it's done through the Sandag traffic model that we use. So once the transit is constructed and in place, it would then be reducing VMT, which would be captured in the model. That model would then update potentially our maps to show VMT areas potentially increasing within the unincorporated area.
Okay. So I see two of my colleagues. Let me just really quickly summarize the areas we're looking at, and then I'll go back to Supervisor Lawson-Remer and Supervisor Anderson. So I think the areas that we want to have explored is, one, really exploring this infill development issue. I think the notion that you can redevelop an area and get slightly lower VMT and have that essentially exempt, I think we want to flush that out a little bit. There could be potentially some really good opportunities surrounding that. Two, I think we want to greater explore this transit accessible area and better understand what it would take to qualify in that area and better understand the timeline of what has to exist first, or can it be a condition of, you know, the housing project, you know, this will be done. And in that same area around transit accessible areas, taking into account Vice Chair Vargas's point about transportation corridors and really looking at what Sandag is planning, what MTS is planning, what NCTD might be planning. I think three, we've got a fair amount of work to do around mitigation resources and the creation of a regional mitigation bank. looking at that county-wide, where you could potentially get into lower cost VMT mitigation in an area maybe not right in the same area, and then taking into account the sliding scale based on severity. I think the fourth area we want to explore a little bit for Vice Chair Vargas is this by right process in VMT efficient areas. I think 5 is exploring our limits or ability around affordable housing. Can it be less than 100? What might be our, threshold there? And then adding to that, this notion of kind of middle income or workforce housing. Is there some way to capture VMT if it is a reality that this workforce is in San Diego, and if they don't have the housing, they're going to live in Riverside and drive down? Is there some way to do that? I think 6 is assessing land use density in VMT efficient areas in terms of if those are the areas we want to go, how could we maximize that? 7 is following the OPR guidance that's coming out along with the Sandag regional plan and getting further input from there. 8 would be monitoring the progress of other areas as they proceed through here, both what they're doing, what rules they're putting in place, any legal challenges or struggles that they may be having. 9 would be a potential phase-in of moving to regional, or potential timelines if we were to say that we have to do and board decides to do, how we would do that. And then 10 would just be some options around previous projects that have already begun the process and how we might handle those. So those are 10 items I have that I think would be helpful to informing us as a board as we move forward, and then report back to us, and we can pick this up and figure out how we go. But let me go to Supervisor Lawson-Remer, and then we'll go to Supervisor Anderson.
Sure. So actually, I'd appreciate if staff would put back up on the screen the slide that had what the kinds of projects that are exempt from the VMT analysis. Okay, so Supervisor Anderson was really concerned that this having a VMT threshold analysis would prevent building local retail that would serve the community and prevent people from driving farther. So staff, I just want to clarify, looking at the slide, my understanding is that what Supervisor Anderson was concerned about, that if you build a store that would serve the local community and prevent people from driving further, that would be exempt. Am I understanding correctly?
Supervisor Lawson, through the chair, the locally serving exemption is limited to 50,000 square feet or less, but any locally serving commercial use that is under that amount of square footage would be exempt from VMT analysis.
Great. So any small locally serving would be exempt. Now, what if you do build something and it reduces VMTs? Because as Supervisor Anderson pointed out, you might build a big store, and the residents nearby then have to drive less far to go to the store. And then you're significantly below the regional threshold because you're actually reducing vehicle mile traveled. Would that then be subject to any kind of additional mitigation, or would you then be exempt if you're 15% or more below the threshold?
Chair Fletcher, could we, I know we're discussing a couple of different things, but I would actually like to make a motion to accept the 10. I meant to do that before. I wasn't sure where we were going. So the 10 recommendations, and then we can have further discussion, because I think that's very specific. I think that brought together all of the recommendations from all of the board members, and I think it can guide us in the right direction. So.
Okay, so we have a motion. I'm happy to second to direct staff on those 10 items. Let's go back to Supervisor Lawson-Remer.
So I'm asking, just to continue on my question with staff.
Yep. Supervisor Lawson-Remer, the project would have to demonstrate that they aren't increasing VMT in the net. So as long as they can show that there's no net increase, those projects would be exempt from VMT analysis.
Okay, so I'm really responding very specifically to some of the concerns raised by my colleague that we might, there might be a store built or want to be proposed, or some kind of local service that would want to be proposed that would actually reduce VMTs. And he argued that then we would be making it more difficult. So what I'm hearing you say is actually we're making it easier to build those kinds of projects, because you would no longer have to do any kind of level of service, the same level of service analysis. And in fact, you'd be exempt from the VMT threshold and therefore any event mitigation associated with VMTs. Am I understanding correctly?
The only clarification I'd add, Supervisor, is that there still is the local mobility analysis in place, which I mentioned previously. So the projects currently do have to do a level of service analysis. And if they do identify specific traffic impacts, they would have to potentially widen roads and construct road infrastructure improvements. But you're correct in terms of the VMT analysis, that if they can show that they do not result in a net increase in VMT, those projects would be able to be screened out and move forward.
Okay, and I want to build a little bit further, just make sure I'm clearly understanding. What we are doing here is, if you are below the VMT threshold by 15%, you actually have less regulations and less red tape to comply with in your building process if you're 15% or more below the threshold than you would previously.
That's correct if it's being compared to projects that don't meet the 15% below. Yes, those would have to go through an analysis and identify mitigation. Those that are 15% below would be screened out and would not have to do any analysis and could move forward.
Okay. I mean, I think just taking a big picture step back, I think there's a lot of misinformation, to be honest, that's being thrown around here about we're going to discourage the building of stores that are going to serve the local community, that could actually reduce numbers of vehicle miles traveled, that we're going to radically reduce affordable housing when all of that's exempt. So, I just really want to be clear that what's at stake here is that we have a new regulatory framework that incentivizes building in low VMT areas and makes it more difficult to build in high VMT areas. So there are parts of our county that now it is actually significantly easier to build in than previously under the old regime that solely focused on level of service. And in other parts of our county, it's more difficult than under the old regime. So I think that just taking a step back, that was true. That's true no matter what. And that's the framework of what we're talking about here. And I think what we're really on the table is, are we going to continue to do the work to make it easier to build in transit supported areas and infill areas, and make it more difficult to build in areas that are contributing to our climate crisis, and particularly when that building is not actually supporting any kind of affordable housing options? So let me ask my next question. I think I was really focused in my remarks on something very particular, which was, we know that we need to support workforce and middle income housing as well as affordable housing. So if we were looking at options that right now you're 100%, if you're 100% affordable, you're exempt. What if we said, if you're at 60%, at 80% AMI, you're exempt? Is that something that we could do potentially under SB 743?
Can you repeat the same answer you gave earlier to the same question?
Supervisor, we could evaluate that and come back to the board with options on how to implement a program like that.
Okay, so just to be clear, it's very possible that we can reduce our VMTs while still incentivizing and encouraging affordable and middle and workforce housing. They're not necessarily at odds with each other. They're possible to do both. I think what I'm trying to say here is that I really am kind of sick of a conversation that tries to pretend that it's a zero-sum game, it's either or, when in fact what we really need are both and solutions. So I appreciate Chair Fletcher's list of 10 things to explore. I think I want to add to that make sure that clearly that the two items that I had mentioned, my comments are included. Chair Fletcher, were you intending to include the two items that I had mentioned in your list of 10?
Which are the two?
the two items I had mentioned were, one was looking at if we could, the question I just asked of staff about the affordable housing.
We did. We had a pretty exhaustive question and answer and discussion on that very point, and that was also included in the original motion.
Okay, I did not hear that specifically in your list. I heard something much vaguer, but as long as we're clear that that's included. And then the second question, I think I'm 98% sure, but it was just a little vaguer. So the question about regional VMTs, I'm 98% sure I heard you say that, but I want to make sure that that was included.
I'm sorry, what about regional VMTs?
I'm just going to trust that staff caught that, and we don't need to litigate the
just
point.
Tell me exactly what it is, so I make sure we include it.
The idea that we are looking at as we move towards a regional VMT threshold, that we're also looking at regional options for mitigating VMTs.
Yes, that was explicit. Okay, as was the less than 100% affordable, to look at a mix between AMIs, different levels of mixed development, affordable, and market rates. So both of those are definitely in there.
Okay, great.
I want to add an 11th too. There is just evaluating the mobility analysis. The options around doing that or not doing that. I understand that's how folks are conditioned to historically do these projects, but in a way we're losing the potential upside of transitioning to a different system if we keep the old system and the new system. So if the maker is okay with that, we'll add that as well.
Yes, I will accept that. And then I think we also have to add to the motion recommendation number 1.
Yeah, recommendation number 1, finding it's in accordance with the CEQA. Okay, Supervisor Anderson.
And then the last thing I wanted to add to that, Chair Fletcher, is as we look at the analysis around transit corridors, that we look specifically at the regional transportation plan that will be coming out from SANDAG. I know we said that would be included, but my view is that we don't want to get ahead of our skis on that, and we want to make sure we're taking our cues from that plan.
That was also explicitly included in the motion.
Okay, great.
All right, Supervisor Anderson.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. So the one item that we haven't discussed that I'd love to have included is the climate action plan. So we're going to go at this VMT. We have no carbon measurement. We're discounting electric and cars, green technologies that would lower and move us towards our climate action goals. Is it possible to add an 11th item to take in consideration what our climate action plan requires, so that we're not just checking a box for mileage, but we're also looking at the outcome of the mileage so we can include it in? One of the concerns I have is we get this in place, and then we have the climate action plan, and what little we put here wasn't tied together, and they don't match, and now we've lost further housing for folks. The other point I wanted to bring forward is, I had a few moments while I was listening, and I did a quick Google, and come to find out, Target, Costco, all of them take more than 100,000 square feet. In fact, 150 or 140,000 square feet. And I get that while 50,000 square feet sounds like a lot, and it is a lot if you're a 7-Eleven, but if you're a poor person and you want access, the same access that every rich person has at affordable shopping, you should be able to shop in your neighborhood. Spring Valley, some of the other communities that I represent, they don't have access to affordable shopping because they're not considered a prize market. And as a result, all the grocery stores, all the others, that's how we end up with food deserts. That's how we end up with impoverished community, underserved. So I'm concerned that these people have the same access to everything that everyone else has along the coast. And I want to accomplish our carbon goals. I want to make our communities better, but you can't do it by stepping on the poor, and you can't do it by denying minorities access to housing. And so if we could, I'd like to make an 11th amendment to add an 11th item to look to see if staff has some ideas of how we can incorporate this into our future climate action plan. Okay. And it would be great if we could schedule an update on the next board meeting of where that climate action plan is. We haven't had a report out. I was hoping that we'd have a regular report. We haven't had any report, and I'd like to know what the progress is of that.
Okay, so is your request, it would be a 12th item, is it about the target, or is it about the climate action?
No. I was just bringing clarity to the target.
Okay.
That there are stores that we think of as being 50,000, and they're not. They're much larger. In fact, more than twice. So, but my issue is tying it to the climate action plan to the best of our ability, because otherwise we're taking 2 bites at the apple. Why not solve it all at once with a lofty goal?
So let's go to council. My sense is this is a transportation-related thing. A climate action plan is a climate-related thing. They're separate, but let me ask council if you can tie them
separate but equal.
Yes, that's correct, Chair. The cap was required as mitigation for GHG impacts of the 2011 general plan. It doesn't mitigate for VMT. However, the SEIR for the cap update will consider a smart growth alternative to reduce GHG from VMT. So that is a component that will be included in the EIR process.
So that smart growth component of the cap could align with whatever we do here.
That's correct.
Okay, so we could add a 12th recommendation to just keep us posted on the development of the smart growth component of CAP.
So they can integrate down the road, right? So we're not working against ourselves.
Yeah, I will use integrate instead of align. Okay, so we will add a 12th one to just keep us apprised of the progress of the development of the smart growth component of the CAP to ensure it is integrated with actions around VMT. Does that work, Supervisor Anderson?
It does. I don't want to discount people buying electric cars or green cars or using green technology. I want to make sure that they're part of the solution, not a target of attack.
Fair enough. All right. All right, we're going back to Supervisor Lawson-Remer.
Yeah, now we're gonna have like the entire world investigating the same thing. But one of the things that we keep hearing about is that this is gonna decimate housing for low-income communities of color. So I think it would be great to have some data back on that of if we move to a regional approach, how many communities or housing units are currently being planned that are in the 68 AMI that would not be built if we move to a regional approach. Like I think we do need to be looking at the data here.
All right, can you restate that for me so I can get it written down here?
That as part of the analysis that comes back is if we move forward with a regional approach, how many homes that are at 60 or at 80 AMI would not be built that are currently under design or construction or in the permitting process? So we get an actual handle on this challenge that has been thrown out that somehow this is going to decimate our affordable housing stock, which I even frankly don't believe to be true.
I think it would be tough for staff to say would not be built. Maybe what we should do is ask them to look at the potential impacts, right? Assess the impacts, because okay, let's go with this.
I mean, I do mean very specifically not be built, right? Because that's what keeps being said.
Let's remember, we're projecting possibilities of increasing cost. That doesn't tell you if it would or wouldn't be built. Like, it doesn't determine you could or could not do it. It might just impact the cost associated with it. So I don't know that we can reasonably expect staff to predict the future of what someone who has a project under development may or may not do if their cost structure changed. There's really no way to know that.
So how about, that's a good point. Thank you. So why don't we ask about whether there are any projects currently in the permitting phase that have not yet been approved at 60 or 60 AMI whose cost would increase because they would be over the threshold. So that's a very specific and narrow question for staff.
So it's assessing the impact of potential cost increases on projects in process between 60 and 80 AMI. Good?
60 or below AMI, yeah. Or 6, actually, sure, 60 to 80, that's fine.
60, which one?
Why don't you do one at 60, one at 80, so we can answer this question.
Under 60 and under 80?
Yep.
Okay. Okay. Supervisor Desmond.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You know, a lot of talk about whether this is going to decimate housing or not. I guess the biggest difference to me that I see is that if we use the unincorporated average versus the regional average, if we use regional average and we go to that, it's an 85%, almost an 85% reduction in the amount of VMT efficient areas of housing units, an 85% reduction in housing units in these VMT efficient areas. So we're going to have much fewer VMT efficient areas, even though affordable housing could be by right, and if you're 15% below, those are going to be very hard projects to build in the non-VMT efficient areas. But it's just the reduction in the amount of land available and units available in those VMT efficient areas. So, and the other question I'm going to have is, before we vote on this, I've lost track of the 11, 12, how many
We're at
items?
13 now, Supervisor Desmond, unless you want to add a couple.
I need a recap of this whole thing.
I'm going to do that for you, Supervisor. Okay. All right. Anyone else? No? Okay. So here's what we got. We got a motion by Vice Chair Vargas, seconded by myself, to direct staff to explore the following subject matter areas, finding in accordance with the recommendation number 1 from the existing letter, and then to explore these 13 areas. 1, assessing and exploring the process by which infill development can be done in a manner to ensure no VMT mitigation is necessary. Looking into what that looks like, the shape, the scope, the size, the potential opportunities. Number 2 is looking at transit accessible areas, exploring the potential creation of those, the intersection of those between VMT efficient areas or lower thresholds in accordance with the areas that do not require further analysis, exploring potential transit corridors and taking a look at the Sandag Regional Transportation Plan, MTS and NCTD, other possible areas and how that may impact VMT, either efficient areas or areas covered by the exemption. Number 3 is a rigorous exploration around mitigation of VMT opportunities, a regional mitigation bank, the opportunity for mitigation not tied or connected to the project, along with the potential sliding scale of mitigation based on severity. 4 would be the by right process for development in VMT efficient areas. 5 would be further exploration of exceptions to the VMT thresholds for affordable housing projects at less than 100% affordable on the project, including mixed income and various components of AMI, along with exploring the possibility of exceptions for middle income or workforce housing type projects that might have a net impact of lowering VMT. 5 would be exploring the land use density of the land that is in VMT efficient areas. That would be 6. 7 is continuing to track the OPR guidance, along with other governing bodies' efforts around this, including the Sandag Regional Plan. That's 7. 8 is monitoring the progress of other jurisdictions as it relates to their adoption, along with what unique programs or exemptions or opportunities they may be exploring that we may want to consider. 9 would be considering a phase-in timeline to allow for a transition into a regional area. 10 would be options around projects that have already been proposed or are in the process now. 11 would be some analysis of removing the mobility analysis that is in there. 12, I can't read my writing. What's that? Yeah, can you restate 12 for me?
12 was to keep updated on the development of smart growth component of the CAP to ensure it is integrated with actions.
12 was, yes, I can read my writing. Assess the smart growth component of the CAP in potential alignment with efforts around VMT. And 13 is an analysis of proposed projects under 60% AMI and under 80% AMI and the potential cost impact of switching to a regional effort. Ask clerk, please call the roll. Vice Chair.
The one thing on number 5, when I was mentioning the middle income housing units, and then also local hire contracts and agriculture were the 2 items.
Okay, so we're going to go back to 5 and add local hire and agriculture.
Yes, please. Thank you.
Fair enough. Got it. Cool. Any other thoughts, questions? Let's call the roll.
Thank you. Supervisor Anderson.
Aye. Nice job, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Supervisor Lawson-Remer.
I will support this, although I still think we're going to end up with the regional approach in any case, and, but I will support this today.
Supervisor Desmond.
Aye.
Vice Chair Vargas.
Vargas, aye.
Chair Fletcher.
Fletcher, aye.
That motion passes unanimously with all supervisors being present and voting aye.
All right, so we are at 12:40 as a board. We have a time certain closed session from 2 p.m. to 5 p.m. There is a chance that we could finish our remaining 3 items by 2 p.m. and then as a board, we would immediately move into our 3-hour pre-planned closed session. If we do not finish between 2 p.m., then we will be reconvening post 5 p.m. To finish our agenda. So we want to have thorough and thoughtful policy-making discussion. We don't want to impede that in any way. But if we go a minute beyond 2 p.m., we're coming back tonight. So with that, let's move to agenda item 2, brought forward by Supervisor Vargas, reducing community exposure to health hazards, establishing an Office of Environmental and Climate Justice. If you are a member of the public who wishes to speak on this item, please call in at this time.
Thank you, Chair Fletcher. Buenas tardes a todos. Me da mucho gusto introducir ante la Junta de Supervisores una iniciativa para establecer la primera oficina de justicia ambiental y climática en el condado de San Diego. Por muchos años, comunidades en nuestro condado han sido impactadas de manera desproporcionadamente por políticas que han fallado en protegerlas de efectos del medio ambiente. El resultado ha sido que residentes sufren de problemas graves de salud como el asma y cáncer. Es hora de hacer que el gobierno trabaje para nuestras comunidades porque el código postal de una persona no debe determinar su calidad de salud y bienestar. Todos nuestros residentes tienen el derecho a respirar aire limpio, a tomar agua potable y además tener la oportunidad del acceso a espacios abiertos. Sin embargo, en las comunidades como las zonas nortes del Cajón, Lemon Grove, Spring Valley, Sweetwater tienen los niveles más altos de desechos tóxicos industriales y de contaminantes en el aire. En mi propio distrito, las comunidades de Barrio Logan y National City se encuentran entre el 5% de comunidades más contaminadas por emisiones de diésel y el estado. Y las tasas de hospitalización de niños con asma son 3 veces mayor que el promedio del condado. Estamos orgullosos de ser una región fronteriza, pero desafortunadamente los residentes de San Isidro han estado expuestos a la contaminación de vehículos haciendo línea por hora esperando cruzar la frontera. Nuestras comunidades más vulnerables continúan sufriendo el impacto de injusticias ambientales y no pueden esperar más. La Oficina de Justicia Ambiental y Climática es parte de nuestro paquete de políticas de justicia ambiental que presenté a principio de este año. Esta política dirige a nuestro oficial administrativo a crear una oficina que se dedicará a mejorar la salud en nuestras comunidades más vulnerables. Esta oficina se enfocará en decisiones basadas en información y datos, en promover recursos y programas con una visión enfocada en justicia ambiental y climática, y además invertir en nuestras comunidades que están en contacto con nuestras comunidades para entender cada uno de los problemas que les afectan. Y además la oficina trabajará con organizaciones comunitarias para promover políticas que resuelven este problema. Cambio sistemático es lo más importante porque necesitamos solucionar el problema en la raíz. Así que hoy le pido a mis colegas de la Junta de Supervisores que pongan a nuestras comunidades primero, iniciando un cambio histórico para lograr tener comunidades más saludables y fuertes en el condado de San Diego. So thank you, colleagues and Chair Fletcher. I'm really proud to bring this item before the board today. It is, give me 1 second. Communities around the region have been impacted by the unjust consequences of toxins, discriminatory land use, and air pollution. Disastrous policies have also aggravated the effects of pollution perpetuated by environmental racism. This has resulted in generations of residents living with negative health outcomes from asthma to cancer. We know climate change is contributed by human-caused emissions that have irreversible impacts on our social and environmental causes of health, such as access to clean air, safe drinking water, and food security. Every moment we delay, it further increases the disparity of health, life expectancy, and quality of life between the privileged and the disadvantaged. The hesitation to act comes at the cost of the lives of people of color and the working class. We are at a crisis point that will only continue to escalate. That is why we're here today. For too long, government has failed to integrate environmental justice in the public policy making process, and it's time to make government work for all of our communities. We said this before, your zip code should not determine your health and well-being. Everyone should have a right to clean air, safe drinking water, and access to open spaces. But yet we have communities in North El Cajon, North Lemon Grove, Spring Valley, and Sweetwater communities that were identified by the guiding principles of our general plan as having higher exposure to industrial and hazardous waste facilities and higher levels of air pollution. According to the American Lung Association, a State of the Air 2021 report, in the greater Oceanside region, more than 4 in 10 people live where pollution levels frequently make the air too dangerous to breathe. In my own district, the communities of Barrio Logan and National City rank in the top 5% for diesel air pollution in the state, and children's asthma hospitalization rates are 3 times more than the county average. We're proud of being a border community. However, as a result, in San Isidro, residents are exposed to pollution from vehicles that wait for hours at the ports of entry. As we know, our South County and coastal communities have been impacted by the cross-border pollution of the Tijuana River Valley for decades. So today, with the support of environmental justice and conservation organizations, public officials, residents, and advocates from around the county, I am calling for the creation of the San Diego County's first ever Office of Environmental and Climate Justice. The Office of Environmental and Climate Justice is part of the environmental justice policy package I introduced earlier this year. Environmental justice has to be at the forefront of every decision this county makes. What's different from sustainability efforts is that our focus is ensuring that we are investing in our environmental justice communities that are impacted the most. Environmental justice communities are those that are faced disproportionate exposure to industrial, hazardous waste, and toxic effects, as well as pollution from vehicles, factories, and other sources because of their geographic location. By adopting this initiative today, we are directing our Chief Administrative Officer to create an office that will be dedicated to improving the overall health of environmental justice communities. Data, we're going to make sure we're looking at cumulative impacts of emission. We're going to provide programs and services that is going to look at all of the county programs through the environmental justice lens. And we're going to invest in communities by engaging them to hear their concerns and make sure that we're implementing policy that reduces exposure to pollution. What we are looking for is systemic change, and so this will be a county-wide enterprise focus because for too long, our communities have not been at the forefront. So I really do want to say thank you to organizations like the Environmental Health Coalition that since 1980 have been at the forefront of the fight for environmental justice in our most low-income communities and communities of color. I'm proud to have worked with EHC for years in my former capacity to uplift these issues around public health. I want to also say thank you to organizations like Casa Familiar that have also taken upon themselves to lead air monitoring studies to understand the air pollution health risks faced by South County residents, and I applaud their efforts. These organizations have led the work that should be the responsibility of government. In order for us to promote climate resiliency and to correct the mistakes of the past, we must devote equitable resources into our most disadvantaged and vulnerable communities of color. So with that, I urge my colleagues to join me in this historic shift of putting our communities first, because only then can we truly achieve healthier and stronger communities in the County of San Diego. And so I request your support for this item.
All right, thank you. We have a motion by Vice Chair Vargas, seconded by myself to adopt the recommendations in item 2. Let's go to our public speakers.
Thank you, Chair Fletcher. We have 16 requests to speak by phone on this item. Also note for the record that we received 36 e-comments. We'll hear from those. We'll be calling speakers by the last 4 digits of the phone number. You'll hear a notification that your call has been unmuted. You will then need to press *6 to unmute your phone. And we'll ask you to please state your name for the audio record. You will have 1 minute to address the board. And I'd remind the public speakers that they should mute their TV or live video stream before they begin speaking. And if you could please identify the first caller.
Our first caller is 2750. Please press *6 to unmute.
Good afternoon, Chair Fletcher, members of the board, Dan Silver, Endangered Habitats League. We support this item, which will help rectify longstanding lack of attention to these issues. The dedicated personnel can ensure that the resources are actually available to alleviate the impacts of pollution on disadvantaged communities. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next caller is 6770. 6770, please press *6 to unmute.
Yes, good afternoon at this point, Supervisors, Chair Fletcher. Once again, my name is Rick Bates, back again here on behalf of Unite Here Local 30. Also a member organization of the San Diego Green New Deal Alliance. To urge you to vote yes to establish an Office of Environmental and Climate Justice. From the neighborhoods in Lemon Grove to South Bay to our border communities, Local 30 represents more than 6,000 hotel and hospitality workers throughout the San Diego County. Many of our members are women and immigrants who are living in those frontline communities, most heavily impacted by pollution and an ever-changing climate. As such, Local 30 strongly supports the establishment of an office that will analyze environmental inequities and create an engagement strategy to reach environmental justice communities throughout our region, while identifying state and federal grant programs and funding opportunities that would support the expansion of environmental and climate justice programs and investments throughout our region. All San Diegans deserve the right to health, to happiness, and to prosperity. Please support an Office of Environmental and Climate Justice.
Thank you. Our next speaker is 4176. 4176, please press *6 to unmute. 4176, please press *6 to unmute.
Hi, my name is Thomas. I'm a member of the San Diego Green New Deal Alliance, and I'm calling in support of the establishment of this Office of Environmental and Climate Justice. And there's so many reasons to establish this office. I'm sure everyone will get to them all, but I think one thing that's really important to highlight is that this office will provide a space at the county for engaging and including historically marginalized communities that have suffered the worst of the pollution that has been created by the development in the region, and to make sure that their voices are heard as we shift to a greener economy and a greener San Diego. And this will not only make climate policy at the regional level better and more effective, but it'll also increase transparency and redress structural and historic barriers to different communities across the county, and address the ongoing environmental challenges and pollution that these communities face. So I highly urge everyone to support item 2. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next caller is 4589. 4589, please press *6 to unmute. 4589, please press *6 to unmute. We'll come back to you. Our next caller is 2921. 2921, please press *6 to unmute.
Good afternoon, Supervisors. I am Carolina Martinez with the Environmental Health Coalition. Very excited to be here and express our support. The focus on environmental justice is both historic in the county and long overdue. Either communities continue to deal with land use rules that allow homes and schools to be located next to polluting facilities. Our communities don't have transit connectivity, and we are at the front lines of the nearing climate disaster. We need action. A steering committee comprised of residents is exactly what we need to be doing so that our communities could speak for ourselves, just like environmental justice movement considers it to be a principle. Each community should have the opportunity to raise its own voice to determine the strategies and actions they believe will be the most effective to them. We are proud to be here at this point in the county's history and ask for your support. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next caller is 8340. 8340, please press *6 to unmute.
Good afternoon, Chair and Supervisors. This is Lucero Sanchez with the San Diego Coastkeeper, which is also a member of the San Diego Green New Deal Alliance. I ask you to vote to approve item 2. An Office of Environmental and Climate Justice will help ensure everyone has clean access to clean air and clean water. This office should really help reach and empower low-income communities and communities of color that have been and will continue to be disproportionately affected by pollution. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next caller is 2153. 2153, please press *6 to unmute.
Good morning. This is Kelly McCormick.
I've been involved in environmental protection efforts for decades, including the years I spent as a journalist long before covering the environmental beat was fashionable. Creating an office to focus on climate justice and environmental policy brings much needed attention to these issues. Among other priorities, the staff report highlights the effort to reduce greenhouse gas emissions, but there seems to be a lack of acknowledgement that growing marijuana, particularly indoors, requires a lot of energy for lights and climate controls, primarily the natural gas and electricity that's needed to run artificial lights, air conditioners, and dehumidifiers. Researchers at Colorado State University have found that the footprint of Colorado's indoor pot farms is more than 30% greater than coal mining. That's significant given that Colorado is known as the coal-producing state, the 10th largest in the nation. Depending on location, growing 1 ounce of marijuana indoors has the same carbon footprint as 7 to 16 gallons of gasoline.
Thank you. Our next caller is 9364. 9364, please press star 6 to unmute. 9364, please press star 6 to unmute. We'll come back. Our next caller is 8091. 8091, please press star 6 to unmute.
Hello, my name is Victoria Morales, and I am with Justice, Equity, Diversity, and Inclusion, which is a member of the San Diego Green New Deal. I urge you to vote yes on item 2. The Office of Environmental and Climate Justice will help ensure everyone in San Diego enjoys clean air and water and plays an important role in identifying barriers and gaps to achieving environmental and climate justice throughout our region. This office would identify state and federal grant or funding opportunities to support the expansion of environmental and climate justice programs, activities, and investments throughout the region. This is imperative in order to ensure an equitable and inclusive recovery. Please vote yes on this item, and thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next caller is 4589. 4589, please press star 6 to unmute.
Hi, Chair Fletcher and board members. My name is Georgette Gomez, and I urge you that you please support the creation of the Office of Environmental and Climate Justice. I want to thank Vice Chair Vargas for introducing this item. As you all know, everybody, I think we can all agree that everybody does deserve a healthy community, a healthy place to live, work, and play. But that's not the reality. We still have communities that have and have communities that have not. And now our communities that have not, that have been living with air pollution and contamination, are also feeling the pressures of gentrification, which is critical to also address the housing affordability issues. I know that you all took up a previous item, and I think there's a nexus to really linking that discussion to the creation of this office. And I urge you to please support today's action. And I want to thank all of you for your leadership and stepping up.
Thank you. Our next caller is 2776. 2776, please press star 6 to unmute.
Good afternoon, Chair Fletcher and Commissioners. My name is Suzanne Hume, and I'm the Educational Director and founder of CleanEarthForKids.org and a member of the San Diego Green New Deal Alliance. Clean Earth for Kids supports item 2, brought forward by Supervisor Vargas and supported by the Environmental Health Coalition and others, to establish an Office of the Environmental and Climate Justice. Everyone needs clean air to breathe. This office will establish a working group to collaborate with the San Diego Air Pollution Control District to report the cumulative impacts of pollution, identify barriers and gaps in our region, and locate and apply for state and federal grants to fund opportunities to support outreach, engagement, education, and participation in environmental justice programs and activities. This is very, very important, especially for communities disproportionately hurt by pollution and the impacts of climate change. Supervisor Vargas beautifully outlined important data in the American Lung Association's State of the Air report. San Diego has the 7th worst ozone in the nation. Please support item 2. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next caller is 3328. 3328, please press *6 to unmute.
Hello, Chair Fletcher and Supervisors. This is B. Mittermiller representing San Diego 350. First of all, I want to thank Vice Chair Vargas for her excellent summary of why the Office of Environmental and Climate Justice should be created. San Diego 350 is in full support of the establishment of this office to reduce community exposures to health hazards. We recognize that underserved communities are suffering the worst impacts of climate change, and when we can help them first, it benefits everybody. But their help for them is long overdue, and this office should help to correct that situation. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next caller is 1590. 1590, please press *6 to unmute.
Hello, my name is Bertha Rodriguez with Climate Action Campaign, which is a member of the San Diego Green New Deal Alliance. I'm calling in support of the Office of Environmental and Climate Justice. Climate change and environmental injustices are impacting working class communities of color first and worst. The County of San Diego needs an Office of Environmental and Climate Justice to ensure that every community has access to clean air, clean water, and good green jobs. It is not an accident that Black, Indigenous, and people of color live near hazardous areas that pollute their air and water, causing various health disparities. The office will help play an important role in identifying barriers and gaps in achieving environmental and climate justice throughout our region. Please support item 2. Thank you.
Thank you. Recalling 9364. 9364, please press *6 to unmute. 9364, please press *6 to unmute.
Final call for 9364. Seeing no movement from that caller, Chair Fletcher, that concludes public comment on this item.
Thank you. I see Supervisor Lawson-Remer.
What?
Supervisor, no? Do you have a comment? Okay, not seeing.
I'm trying to get my computer to work. Hold on, sorry. Can you hear me? Because I can't see anyone.
We do. We hear you.
Okay. Sorry. Well, I'm very excited about this item. That's all I wanted to say. That's it. I think this is great. I just think it's so fantastic, and I'm so excited my colleague brought it forward. Now I can see everyone. I hope you can see me. Anyway, that's it. I just really appreciate the work from my colleague, Supervisor Vargas. You know, I want to reflect the work I've done in my life. A lot of it was inspired by spending some time in an area that had been the victim of oil dumping, and seeing the incredibly negative impacts in terms of cancer rates and environmental devastation, and in this area that had been a target of oil dumping for over 50 years. And Chevron had never had to pay the consequences of the massive amounts of deaths and suffering that were inflicted on the people in the community. So I am just really excited that Supervisor Vargas brought this forward, and I want to lend my wholehearted support. I also just had a clarifying question for Supervisor Vargas. I think this seems relatively self-evident, but I just wanted to make sure we're all on the same page. There was, when we brought forward, Chair Fletcher and I had a board letter we all adopted last board meeting on doing a holistic assessment of how to better ensure that sustainability and equity are both mainstreamed in all of the way that the county operates, sort of structurally from top to bottom. I'm assuming that your intention is that environmental justice should also be included in that analysis, so that that these pieces are all moving in tandem. But it didn't say that explicitly in the action. So I just wanted to, I guess, a small clarifying question.
Yes.
Sorry, I can't hear.
Oh, I said yes.
Oh, okay, great. Yeah, that was all. Sorry, Chair Fletcher, for the technical difficulties, and thank you so much, Vice Chair Vargas. I just can't even tell you how excited I am.
Great. Supervisor Desmond.
Well, I just want to say I'm going to be in support of this item. I think everybody in San Diego County, we should be, have clean air, clean water, and clean environment. And this department will further that effort, and so I'll be in support. Thank you.
Thank you. We have a motion by Vice Chair Vargas, seconded by myself. I want to commend the author for the work, for bringing this forward, and great achievement today. Let's vote.
Thank you. Supervisor Anderson.
Aye.
Supervisor Lawson-Remer.
Aye.
Supervisor Desmond.
Aye.
Vice Chair Vargas.
Vargas, aye.
Chair Fletcher.
Fletcher, aye.
That motion passes unanimously with all supervisors being present and voting aye.
We're now going to move to agenda item 3, supporting our community's intergenerational center pilot program, a measure brought forward by Supervisor Desmond. If you request to speak on this item, please call in, and the instructions provided to you. We will go first to Supervisor Desmond.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thank you to my colleagues for your consideration of this item, intergenerational center pilot program in Valley Center. Through our Valley Center revitalization efforts and other community meetings, we heard loud and clear from Valley Center residents that they were interested in facilities for their seniors, for the aging population, for seniors to be able to continue to stay in their homes, and also having outlets in their community for activities and socialization and services. And even though we're coming out of the pandemic, we must do all we can to help our older community get back into society, interfacing face-to-face and interacting. Societies show that chronic loneliness can worsen memory loss in older adults and cause other declines in mental and physical health, including a 50% increased risk of dementia. So allowing seniors to age in place while providing community-based activities can also provide many benefits, including physical, social, emotional, and well-being. The county has a great portfolio now of high-quality parks and libraries in the unincorporated areas. And this proposal requests that the county leverage those existing programs and add an intergenerational component, developing and incorporating community activities and locations for seniors and youth in Valley Center. The unincorporated community Valley Centers has a diverse community consisting of young families as well, and an increasing aging population. So this interactive, intergenerational community centers is something that's desperately needed in the unincorporated area. And currently Valley Center does not have a senior or a youth center at all. They don't have those comprehensive services, aren't provided in that community. So this is a good time, primarily because of the potential opportunity now in Valley Center, where the board recently approved the transition of ownership and maintenance of their community parks from the Community Facilities District to the county. So I'm asking county staff to study the feasibility and plan for an intergenerational community center in Valley Center, perhaps coordinating with our library or our newly formed park present there. And I would like this to be a pilot program that could be adopted to other multi-use, multi-generational areas of the county. So with that, I'll make a motion to approve item 2 and then hopefully hear from the public.
Thank you. We have a motion by Supervisor Desmond. I'm happy to second that. Seems like a worthy endeavor. Let's hear from our public speakers.
I made the wrong motion. It's item 3. Thank you.
Gotcha.
Not 2.
Thank you, Chair Fletcher. There are 2 requests to speak in favor of this item. Any individuals that requested to speak on item 3, please dial into the conference line now using the instructions that were provided to you. We will be identifying callers by the last 4 digits of the phone number. You'll hear a notification your call has been unmuted. You will then need to press *6 to unmute your line. We'll ask you to please state your name for the audio record. You will have 1 minute to address the board. And if you could please identify the first caller.
Our first caller is 9364. 9364, please press *6 to unmute. 9364, please press *6 to unmute. Last call for 9364. It appears we have no other callers on that item.
All right, thank you. We have a motion by Supervisor Desmond, seconded by myself. Any questions from my colleagues? Seeing none, let's call the roll.
Thank you. Supervisor Anderson.
Aye.
Supervisor Lawson-Remer.
Aye.
Supervisor Desmond.
Aye.
Vice Chair Vargas. Chair Fletcher.
Fletcher, aye.
The motion passes unanimously with all supervisors being present and voting aye.
We're going to move to our final agenda item today, agenda item 6, receive and provide direction on amending the grading clearing watercourses ordinance to streamline agriculture clearing process. As a board, we're going to have a couple decisions that we have to make on this item. I want to go through a staff presentation first. Ask members of the public that wish to speak on this item to call in at this point. And when we get to public comment, folks should make their points. There's some substantive issues here. We don't want to impede that ability. I do just want to share with the speakers that at 2 p.m. this board will recess into a time-certain closed session, meaning if we don't resolve this item by 2 p.m., we will have to come back tonight, probably around 6 p.m., and pick back up where we are. So if your point has already been made, please just state simply your position on the issue. But if you have a substantive thing you want to make, of course, it's important we hear from all voices. So with that, let me turn it over to staff for their presentation.
Thank you, Chair Fletcher and members of the board. I'm Rami Telly, and this is Tara Lieberman with Planning and Development Services. We're here to present options to streamline the agricultural clearing permit process and highlight feedback from stakeholders that goes beyond the scope of agricultural clearing. In October of 2018, the board discussed options to address housing affordability in the unincorporated area. This included updating the grading, clearing, and watercourses ordinance for residential development. At the hearing, comments were made regarding the need to update the ordinance for agricultural operations as well, due to concerns regarding the cost and time associated with obtaining an agricultural clearing permit. To address these comments, the board directed staff to update the ordinance starting first with permit streamlining for agricultural clearing and to return later with updates to the ordinance for residential development. The ordinance establishes regulations and procedures for permitting the excavation and movement of earth on a site, or grading, and removal of vegetation from a site, or clearing, as well as protections for rivers, streams, and other watercourses. Since its adoption, the ordinance has been amended 5 times to address stakeholder comments and federal and state mandates. In 2000, the Regional Water Quality Control Board issued a tentative order requiring municipal stormwater permits to regulate stormwater. To address these new regulations, the board directed staff to amend the ordinance to require a discretionary permit for agricultural clearing, which was previously an allowed activity without the need for a permit. This change resulted in increased protections for stormwater management practices and water quality, but meant more intensive environmental review and permits for agricultural clearing. Subsequent amendments have added additional stormwater and watershed protections, but have not removed this discretionary permit requirement. In response to concerns raised about the time and cost associated with obtaining an agricultural clearing permit, the board directed staff to explore opportunities for permit streamlining without compromising the ordinance's environmental regulations that address state and federal requirements. In 2020, the board provided direction to continue with the preparation of the draft North County Multiple Species Conservation Program. The North County Plan takes a comprehensive approach to conservation and provides a process for permit streamlining which helps all types of development, including agricultural clearing. Development of an East County Plan is anticipated to resume after completion of the North County Plan. To obtain public input, 3 public webinars were held in late 2020. Since then, 11 meetings were held with stakeholders, including local associations, tribal bands, public agencies, environmental groups, and development groups, and ongoing discussions with the Farm Bureau and wildlife agencies. The county received comment letters from a variety of stakeholders, including the Farm Bureau, Regional Water Quality Control Board, environmental organizations, and the general public. Themes that emerged from the outreach included a desire to separate the agricultural clearing permit requirements into a separate chapter, the need to simplify confusing regulatory language and clarify definitions, the need to protect sensitive resources and ensure stormwater compliance, support for addressing clearing allowances through the completion of the North County Plan, a request to change the discretionary permit to a lower level of review, and removing limitations on the amount of clearing allowed on parcels larger than 5 acres to support agriculture and reduce fire risk. The approach to our evaluation was to balance streamlining and increasing clearing allowances with state and federal regulations related to sensitive resources and stormwater best management practices. In addition to receiving stakeholder requests and reviewing regulatory requirements, staff reviewed other jurisdictions' best practices, legal requirements, and fiscal implications to identify and evaluate approaches to streamline the agricultural clearing permit process while still ensuring stormwater protections and state and federal law. Although there are mandatory state and federal stormwater and watershed requirements which cannot be changed, opportunity exists for the county to streamline permitting and potentially reduce mitigation costs by incorporating agricultural clearing exemptions under other county efforts currently underway, such as the Multiple Species Conservation Plan. In response to board direction on agricultural clearing and comments received during outreach, staff recommends an ordinance update, which will consist of reorganizing the agricultural regulations into one chapter while maintaining the existing environmental protections, clarifying language, and adding missing definitions. This effort could be completed within 16 months using existing budget allocation of $100,000 and includes completing the required CEQA review, conducting public outreach, drafting the amendments to the ordinance, and returning to the board for adoption. In the next slides, we'll walk through the components of staff's recommendation.
As the first part of staff's recommendation, agricultural clearing regulations relating to permitting, exemptions, and clearing standards would be consolidated from 3 chapters into one new chapter within the ordinance. This reorganization will present regulations in a clear and understandable format while maintaining the current discretionary permit requirements and environmental protections for stormwater, erosion, and water quality that are currently in place. In addition, improved understanding and more efficient implementation is anticipated to result in fewer review cycles, which may assist in reducing staff time and applicant costs. In addition, as the second part of staff's recommendation, the update will clarify language and add missing definitions. For example, the update will clarify existing definitions such as clearing and will add definitions of different types of clearing together in the same section. Coupled with the consolidation of the clearing regulations, this will reduce confusion and improve usability of the ordinance while preserving existing environmental protections for stormwater and water quality, as well as regulatory requirements will remain the same. As a third part of staff's recommendation, staff will proceed with a more comprehensive evaluation of agricultural clearing exemptions as part of the current and future development of the MSCP plans. Updating the North County Plan could provide an opportunity to achieve additional streamlining benefits for agricultural clearing by potentially reducing costs for mitigation and staff review time. The MSCP provides a framework that balances region-wide conservation efforts with streamlined building regulations and permit processes. For example, the South County Plan currently provides agricultural permit streamlining by allowing for 3,000 total acres of mitigation exemptions for agricultural clearing. This approach would still maintain the discretionary permit requirement. However, the associated costs and time to receive these permits may be reduced. Similarly, after the completion of the North County Plan, further streamlining could be included as part of the future East County Plan, which could be considered if the board directs funding and staffing to this effort. The same process could then be applied to the East County Plan, offering a comprehensive approach across the county. 2 other approaches were considered, but due to potential decreases in environmental protections, significant costs and time constraints, and overlap with other county programs in progress, these approaches were not included in staff's recommendation. Other approaches evaluated were a ministerial zoning verification permit, which would provide a reduced permit level, or a no permit, which would allow agricultural clearing by right without county review. During outreach events, it was expressed that in that additional permit streamlining for grading is needed in addition to agricultural clearing. Amendments to the agricultural grading permit process were not part of the previous board direction. However, to be responsive to stakeholder feedback, we will highlight the issues related to grading. Comments received were that grading permit threshold of 200 cubic yards of soil is too low, site restoration should be allowed without permits, grading definitions and regulatory terms are unclear, ordinance organization makes application of agricultural regulations cumbersome, the desire to separate the agricultural grading requirements into a separate chapter, to keep existing controls to protect stormwater and water quality, and to take care to not reduce state or federal agency oversight. Comments 3 through 6 would be covered under the proposed ordinance update for agricultural clearing. These include clarifying definitions and terms, reorganizing the agricultural grading regulations, keeping existing environmental regulations, and maintaining agency oversight. Agricultural grading regulations are dispersed through 4 chapters of the ordinance, making it cumbersome to filter applicable requirements. To address comments received without weakening environmental requirements, staff recommends consolidating the agricultural grading regulations into the new agricultural chapter and updating and adding definitions for other types of grading in addition to the clearing regulations and definitions outlined in Part 1 of staff's recommendation. Stakeholder-specific request to remove or increase the county's grading permit earthwork threshold of 200 cubic yards and to revise site restoration requirements were reviewed. For reference, 200 cubic yards is enough to fill approximately 15 dump trucks. It was determined that removing or increasing the threshold countywide and or revising site restoration requirements would impact sensitive resources and need to be analyzed through a programmatic environmental impact report as an independent action from the ordinance update for agricultural clearing in process. Furthermore, changing the requirements would require comparative analysis to state and federal regulations such as stormwater, best management practices, erosion management, and water quality. Changing these requirements may conflict with state and federal regulations and remove environmental protections. The board would need to provide direction to pursue a comprehensive update of the ordinance to address agricultural grading. This effort is not currently in the county's work program and would require an additional budget allocation of approximately $800,000. Additional options to update the grading requirements are outlined in the action sheet provided to the board and public. These include combining efforts to update agricultural clearing and grading with related projects that were previously directed by the board. This effort would include reviewing best practices, evaluating the benefits and risks, analyzing environmental impacts under CEQA, outreach to the public and stakeholders, drafting amended ordinance language, and returning to the board for adoption. Staff presented to the Community Planning and Sponsor Group's chairs on September 12, 2020. Questions and comments ranged from ensuring there will be no lack of protection for sensitive habitats to clarification on the current definition of clearing. As requested, presentations were also given to the Bonsall, Twin Oaks, and Sweetwater community planning groups. Comments received ranged from ensuring sufficient protection for sensitive habitats to a request for clarification on the definition of clearing, which has been confusing in the past. There were also comments provided regarding potential implications for increased water usage and fire requirements related to clearing permits. PDS recommends that the board find that the proposed action is exempt from CEQA guidelines and to direct staff to proceed with a 3-part ordinance update for agricultural clearing, which could be completed within 16 months and would be covered under the existing $100,000 remaining budget. Part 1 and Part 2 will consolidate agricultural clearing and grading regulations into a new chapter within the ordinance while maintaining existing environmental protections and will clarify and add definitions. And as Part 3, staff, please accept staff's further recommendation to explore more comprehensive agricultural clearing streamlining, such as clearing exemptions as part of the current and future MSCP plans. This concludes our presentation. Staff is available for questions.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. We appreciate it. Do we have any requests for speakers who are presently here with us? If not, we'll go to those remotes, starting with our group presentation.
Thank you, Chair Fletcher. We have 5 individuals that have requested to address the board on this item and 1 group presentation. Also note for the record that we received 37 e-comments. We will begin with the group presentation. We will unmute all 3 of the callers. We'll ask you to please state your name for the audio record, and you'll need to self-regulate your time. You'll have 10 minutes to address the board. We'll begin with 8999, 4109, and 0244. So all of those individuals, press *6 to unmute your line. And again, we'll ask you to please state your name for the audio record and self-regulate your time with the 10 minutes that you have to address the board.
Thank you very much. This is Hannah Bay. I'm the Executive Director of the San Diego County Farm Bureau, and today with me I have Katie Byrne and Taylor Reese. Katie and Taylor, are you on the line?
Yes. This is Taylor Reese.
Thank you. I'd like to start by first noting that we do have 37 e-comments that were submitted today on this agenda item. All of them were submitted by farmers, and all of them are in opposition to what is being proposed. So any Farm Bureau members that are on the line today, I would urge you to cede your time or limit your comments to less than 1 minute so that we can get a resolution from the Board of Supervisors by 2 p.m. today. On behalf of the San Diego farming community, we're speaking today to request a comprehensive update of the ordinance for agricultural grading and clearing, including separating the regulations from the existing ordinance for agriculture only, revising the text, and providing a budget allocation so that any potential impacts can be analyzed under CEQA. To summarize our ask differently, your local farmers need a standalone grading and clearing ordinance with text revisions and a CEQA review for agriculture only. This request for this item began in 2016 when the farmers petitioned Supervisor Jacobs for a standalone grading and clearing ordinance for agriculture only. It is really shocking to see that there has been absolutely no progress made in the last 5 years. Quite honestly, it's even more shocking to hear that today there's a discussion about bundling code updates for other land uses with agriculture, such as residential. It appears that there's a vast confusion about what agricultural operations are or agricultural land uses are, so I'd like to start by clarifying. To be clear, our request for this item is to ensure that we can stop the catastrophic and steep decline of agriculture in the county. To be clear, agriculture is defined in different land use than residential. Agriculture and residential land uses should not be regulated the same way, nor should they be regulated under the same ordinance. Updates to the residential land use code and the agricultural land use code absolutely should not be considered as one project, nor should they be considered under one EIR. Agriculture exists to feed humanity, purify the air, sequester carbon. It is a working landscape that requires individuals clear and grade their properties. The realities of needing to increase local food production cannot be understated. The realities of needing a separate standalone regulatory framework for agriculture alone cannot be understated. Your entire backcountry San Diego agricultural community is collapsing. And I'm encouraging you today to listen to the stakeholder group that is coming and asking for help for a clear regulatory framework that addresses agriculture, the appropriate land use in that backcountry San Diego. Our Farm Bureau our County Farm Bureau receives no more calls than issues related to the grading and clearing, whether it's a farmer that wants to expand their operation, start a new operation, had code compliance out. We get calls regularly. This is a real life severe issue. I'm going to pass it to Katie to explain, and Taylor as well, to give you some real life examples of why the actual text needs to be revised, because the message is not being conveyed properly. So Taylor, go ahead.
The existing code requires that farmers pay for non-native grassland mitigation when clearing dead groves. Current language in the ordinance will not allow farmers to clear dead groves or orchards without pulling an agricultural grading and clearing permit, including hiring a biologist and mitigating for impacts to non-native grasslands. The fact that local farmers cannot clear existing dead groves is significantly increasing wildfire hazard risk throughout the county. Additionally, this portion of the code requires farmers wanting to clear old groves and plant new commodities to pull a permit and pay mitigation fees. And to you, Katie.
Katie, are you muted? All right, Taylor, why don't you go ahead and read
Am I unmuted?
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Current language in the ordinance prohibits farmers from planting row crops on their own property in areas that have historically been utilized for agriculture, such as cattle grazing. Farmers must be allowed to work their agricultural landscapes, including planting new crops in historic agricultural areas.
The text in the existing regulations has major flaws and is contributing to the severe decline of agricultural production acreage in our region. We've lost 70,000 acres of production agriculture in the last 10 years. We cannot even clear those dead groves and replant crops right now because it triggers a grading and clearing permit and mitigation for non-native grasslands. This is the basis for our request. Your local farmers are asking for reasonable and common sense changes to an ordinance that's going to help keep agriculture alive and vibrant. And I'm really here today to encourage you to listen to a stakeholder group representing the land users. And there are other stakeholders encouraging you to bundle alternative land uses into this analysis. It is not appropriate. So again, I'd like to, in summary, redirect you to our 37 electronic comments, which is very substantial for your farming community because farmers don't have all day to sit on the line. So we appreciate your attention and consideration of our request, and we will cede our time.
If that concludes the group presentation, we'll move on to the individual callers. And each caller will have 1 minute to address the board. And if you could please identify the first caller.
Our first caller is 2750. 2750. Please press *6 to unmute yourself.
Chair Fletcher, members of the board, Dan Silver, Endangered Habitats League. We support the staff recommended ordinance update. The North County plan can assume the consideration of agricultural clearing. That is the proper concept. We don't need duplication. Regarding the agricultural grading, EHL has not had sufficient information or opportunity to discuss the best way to move forward, although we are open to it in the future. We also note that this bizarre exemption for 5 acres for a single family home is truly bizarre. 5 acres is nearly 4 football fields. And at some point, this residential single family home exemption needs to be revisited. We do again recommend the staff ordinance, and we just have not had time to review the agricultural questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next caller is 8569. 8569. Please press *6 to unmute.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, good. Good afternoon, Chair Fletcher, members of the board. My name is Frank Landis, and I'm the Conservation Chair for the San Diego chapter of the California Native Plant Society. We also support the staff recommended 3-part ordinance update approach. The other alternatives are problematic, and given the extensive CEQA process they would require in addition to what's already going on, they're probably not responsive or productive. I agree with Dan Silver's comments. I just wanted to add one issue: climate change, and specifically carbon sequestration within standing live vegetation, and especially in agricultural soils. The county wants to get its share of greenhouse gases out of the air and keep them out, then we need vegetation and especially agricultural soils to remain as undisturbed as possible, because clearing and grading release carbon, and these are the 2 biggest carbon sinks our county currently has. And this climate is therefore counterproductive for agricultural businesses to take a trust us approach to vegetation clearing and grading. Carbon farmers need to verify that they are leaving their soils largely undisturbed. While they need to be compensated for this, allowing them to self-certify or clear by right in this context unfortunately rewards troublemakers and punishes the honest. I won't pretend that this is fair or equitable, and I keep hoping that San Diego buildings will become bigger carbon sinks than they are. But anyway, thank you for taking my comments, and we support the staff recommendations.
Thank you. Our next caller is 2809. 2809. Please press *6 to unmute.
This is Peter Anderson with Sierra Club. We have 4 concerns regarding this. We want to make sure this ordinance at all costs protects the MSCP lands from any grading. Second, we'd like to see greater biological analysis on the effects of this project and this new grading ordinance. Third, we agree with Dan Silver on the excessive 5-acre clearing provision for private properties. We think it's excessive. As he says, it's virtually the equivalent of slightly over 4 football fields. And then finally, we're a little concerned about this ordinance because we thought the State Water Board was the only entity with the authority to authorize grading. So that needs to be resolved, the relationship with the State Water Board and whether this ordinance can actually be passed to permit such grading. Thank you. On behalf of Sierra Club, this is Peter Anderson.
Thank you. Our next caller is 2365. 2365, please press *6 to unmute.
Good afternoon, Supervisors. This is Bill Schweitzer, the past president of the Ramona Valley Vineyard Association. I want to thank you for your support of agriculture in the last couple of months. The movement you've made to increase the PACE program to help agriculture, the number of projects that have been delayed or abandoned because of bad clearing ordinances has been incredible in the last 6 years while we have been waiting for this to be straightened out. Sustainable agriculture does not disturb the soil. We need to be able to plant row crops, vineyards, orchards in places where agriculture has already been done. Thank you for your time.
Chair Fletcher, that concludes public comment on this item.
All right, thank you. I want to thank everyone for calling in on this item. Obviously, none of our board members were here 5 years ago when this process started, so we can't really speak to that. But we are here now, and obviously there's a lot of issues at play, and folks have a great desire. The overarching concern that I'm taking away from a lot of the comments, both from the farm community and from environmental leaders, is that aspects of what we have surrounding clearing and grading, two different things. There's a sense that they are archaic and outdated and need to be updated. There also seems to be a general sense that surrounding the clearing permit, some of the efforts we're talking around on consolidating the regulations in separate chapters and adding some clarifications and definitions seems like a logical step that we would take forward. And so I want to put a motion on the table to start our discussions here, to adopt the recommendations, the top 3, and then direct staff to do option 1A, the top part of that, amending the agricultural clearing process, and that is the efforts that were discussed earlier that are certainly around consolidating them in a separate chapter, maintaining the existing requirements, adding clarifications and definitions. And then I think it would be appropriate as a board if we go to 2B and really let's take a holistic look at this. Let's begin the process of developing an ordinance update. Doesn't mean we're adopting it, it means we're beginning the process. And a full environmental impact, it'll give everyone plenty of time to weigh in and look at it. Obviously, this effort in 2B would encapsulate both agricultural and residential clearing and grading, but they are two separate things. Agricultural and residential would be under different criteria. And they would have different structures and they would have different rules, but it would all be a part of a general ordinance update and an environmental impact review. This will take us a while, certainly be plenty of time for folks to weigh in. But I think that affords us the best path forward is kind of finishing the cleanup efforts that we're doing now with 1A and then committing ourselves to the more substantive work we have to do long-term in 2B. And so I'll just put a motion on the table to start us going.
I'll second it.
All right. Motion by myself, seconded by Supervisor Anderson. Let me go to my colleagues. We'll start with Supervisor Desmond, and then we'll go to Supervisor Lawson-Remer.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair, and I appreciate the motion that's been given. You know, farming is big in my district. You know, Farm Bureau, you know, we have more small farms, 10 acres or less in this county than any other county in the nation. So these small farmers, you know, really kind of struggling with our outdated regulations, and there's an example on page 13 where, you know, grading permits are required to install an irrigation pipe 18 inches below the ground where the soil is moved and then put right back in the same place. So I think this is archaic, and I really, you know, I'm glad to hear with the motion we're supporting our farming community and realize that they're not, food, and they also help in clearing greenhouse gases and in the economy. I think that, I really support that. I just want to make sure though, because option 2B is both agriculture and residential, that I guess that those are done separately. I don't want one influencing the other. They have to be kind of done separately. I realize it's cheaper to do them both at the same time, but much of the fact where we're in item 2, moving the agriculture to its own separate chapter, that the agricultural update in 2B is also separate from the residential, and neither one are impacting the other, because they are two different, completely different grading and clearing uses, and whereas agriculture, it might be multiple uses in clearing and grading, where housing is usually just once and it's done for 100 years or however the residential house lasts. So I want to make sure that those two efforts are separate. Is that your understanding as part of your motion?
Supervisor Desmond, let me get clarity from staff. It's my understanding it is one process, but developing two different sets of rules and criteria, one for agriculture, one for residential. Let's confirm that with staff.
That is correct, Chair.
Okay. So Supervisor Desmond, it is two separate criteria and sets of rules that'll happen simultaneous as a part of one overarching process, but agriculture and residential will be treated differently in each of those functions.
All right, thank you very much.
Supervisor Watson-Reamer.
Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you for everyone to your presentations. First, I want to say I definitely support option 1A. It seems very clear that we do need to do an update here and clean up the ordinance. So I do support staff's recommendations. I want to, I will be supporting that absolutely. I want to speak for a minute on option 2B that Chair Fletcher included in his motion. I think that I just want us to be very careful that we're clear. Not only is it two separate sets of rules, but that it's actually two separate sets of stakeholders that need to be outreached. And moreover, that I think that we need to be looking at both of these in conjunction with the supplemental EIR that's being produced in regards to our cap. So my question for county staff is what would be the process for including analysis regarding the SCIR and related issues in this analysis, in the development of under 2B.
Supervisor, through the chair, staff will conduct an environmental analysis, which will include an assessment of impacts in terms of greenhouse gas emissions resulting from any change to the regulations on residential and agricultural clearing and grading requirements. So that will occur, that will be assessed, and any impacts will be identified.
And at what point would we weigh in? Would it be after the full ordinance is developed, or would you come back with sort of various options that have different environmental impacts that we would need to weigh and consider?
Supervisor, for a complex issue like this, we anticipate that we will come before the board for updates. And if there are any key decision points, we will bring those forward for direction.
Got it. Okay, well then I would be inclined to support Chair Fletcher's motion as well. Just with the comment that, one of the things that I'm very concerned about is ensuring that our streamlining doesn't increase our greenhouse gas emissions without some kind of offset strategy. So if we can include that in the analysis, is ensuring that we are carbon neutral in any kind of carbon neutral within our county, more specifically. Would it be feasible to include that as part of the analysis?
Supervisor, we can certainly take a look at that as well.
Okay, great, thank you.
All right, so we have a motion by myself, seconded by Supervisor Anderson, to accept the first three recommendations in agenda item 6, directing staff to pursue option 1A, the consolidation of the agricultural regulations into separate chapters, and then directing them to pursue option 2B, pursuing an ordinance to address agricultural and residential clearing and grading requirements, and return to us with regular updates as we go forward. Not seeing any comments or questions from my colleagues. I'll ask the clerk to please call the roll.
Thank you. Supervisor Anderson.
Aye.
Supervisor Lawson-Remer.
Aye.
Supervisor Desmond.
Aye.
Vice Chair Vargas.
Vargas, aye.
Chair Fletcher.
Fletcher, aye.
That motion passes unanimously with all supervisors being present and voting aye.
That concludes the business before the board today. Vice Chair Vargas has requested we move her adjourn in memory to our next regularly scheduled meeting. And with that, our board will recess into closed session.
The board will now recess into closed session to consider those matters listed under item 31D on yesterday's agenda. If there are any reportable actions, they will be reported out at the conclusion of closed session. The next regular meeting of the board will take place on Wednesday, May 26th at 9 a.m. for group budget presentations. Thank you.